Greetings, everyone, and welcome to The Vice. So glad to be back with you all here today. My camera is not having a filter on it. I will take care of that. But so good to have you back. We've got most everyone in the cast here. Unfortunately, we do not have Bird today. He is off up with his family on the farm, but will be joining us hopefully back next week. Daniel is fighting with his Zoom for a moment, but that should clear up here in just a second. But while we wait for him to get here, we'll go around and meet the rest of the cast. We probably don't have the right names on us right now, but at least we're centered in our screens. So let's go ahead and go with Dragons Are Cats first.
Hello, everyone. I did a smart thing and didn't take another bite of my 4 a.m. morning cereal, and I am playing Vidar Lycran, Eclipseborn Hexblade Warlock, and he is ready for some sleep. Oh, that's right, we're leaving town today.
Yes, we are. Next up, let's go to Luna, who is not Bird versus Plane.
No, I am not. Or am I?
Or are you?
You can do it, guys! Bardic inspiration!
I believe in you!
Oh, Bird's gonna watch that and be done.
Bro, like the power.
I'm Energy 9. I play Luna, our Water Genasi bot. And I'm very bad at playing Iskatal.
Which you will be doing again today. So.
Oh
no! Next up. And here we are back to our folks. Hopefully all back up in their nice places. So, okay, who did we do? So next up we have Good Guy Pie.
Hello everyone, I am Good Guy Pie, and I will be playing Luck Gold Hard Adventure Extraordinaire, all the way from Elevation Pit, and former human, now Azamar, God promotion. That's how it works, right?
Sure. And next up, we have our other Southern Hemisphere friend, Templar Warden.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. I am worried. I am also having camera issues. Hopefully they're fixed. Fingers crossed. But yes, I am Templar Warden. I will be playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi Wizard, and it's broken again. What's going on? Why are you flashing at me? Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
I've got voice now, but I can't see anything except the frozen screen.
Huh. Very odd. Next up, we have Tree Hugging Druid.
Hello, I am Tree Hugging Druid. I lost my train of thought. I play Celia Olarin, our high elf rogue. I have the post-gaming feeling after you get whenever you've been playing video games for like hours upon hours upon hours. That's my feeling right now. So, Celia might be off a little bit.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with other things that are happening with Celia right now.
It's fine. I'm just going to sit over here and eat my popcorn.
There you go. I am Tall Squall. I am your host and your DM for The Vice. Thank you for tuning in and joining us today. We are charity streamers who play D&D 5e. This month, actually for the last 2 months, we've been supporting the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research, which is a charity that's very near and dear to my heart. My aunt lived with Parkinson's for almost 20 years and was the person who always inspired me to be a storyteller and to share my stories with other people. So, if you are able to donate, that's great. You can affect the game by buying the little things down below, reroll dice, all the way up to giving someone an action surge, if you would like to, and other fun things that are down there. So feel free to. If not, feel free to just find out what the Michael J. Fox organization is all about. You can click on their name in the text down below, and it'll take you right to their website so you can see what they do and what they are all about. If we don't have any other further announcements, I guess we will just go ahead and play that intro and hop into our next episode of The Vice. Good to have you back. I don't know why the was it looking like the video, the intro was playing choppy to y'all. It was looking like I was broadcasting it choppy. So I don't know what's going on with that. But it just seems to be our day for weird technical things going on. So to bring you back into where we are in our story, for the last several days, the party has been in the process of ridding Luck's hometown of, an archdevil who had been in a contract with the town for, multiple generations, and did finally defeat him. Now there's fun. We have 2 Templars. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
I think the other one will go away shortly.
There it goes. So we'll see. I was trying to correct on the fly, but it worked. We're back where we were, and we have a Templar, smiling face. But we don't have audio. Hopefully you're muted. Oh, there. Good. Okay, we can hear you. Look at that.
Zoom stopped, and I'm here for now.
Cool. We cleansed Luck Goldheart's town of Elevation Pit, ridding it of the Archdevil and the corrupted citizens and creatures that were inhabiting it, through some divine help along the way, which left its mark on Luck, and eventually left some divine mark on the entire village itself. As the group came together, as much of the countryside and the village had been corrupted, they used a combination of their skills and their magic in order to bring the village back, using a tier of Eldath, and many of Axel's dragon runes, artifacts of his Eladrin existence from Vidar, Luck's connection to the cave and his new Aasimar heritage, and Celia training up who will be one of their new guardians, Luck's son, Strength. So, sort of by their powers combined, we're able to cleanse the village, and also with a pledge from the village that they would be welcoming to other Genasi and refugees, people who without a place or a home, folks who were under the protection of Helm, and that they would have a place to come, as they also very much needed to get more population to help them survive. So, as Vidar returns to the village, having renewed his vow to Lysithea and his pact with his Hexblade pact with Lysithea, the rest of the party came awake. Iska looking out into the sunrise, Luck lying in bed with his wife, Luna. We never discussed where Luna was. Waking up. Probably, actually, if the sun's up, she's already been up doing training.
Mm-hmm.
And we can turn to Axel, having come awake in his hammock and saying good morning to his son, a Runeborn, the name of Warforged in our world, the first and only, as they come awake in a small alley where Axel has put up his tent, his hammock. Ooh, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so at least you can hear us.
Yes. Good morning. Did you have a good night?
Yeah. But
That's what?
well, I saw Celia and Vidar talking. He went off somewhere. I hope he didn't get into trouble.
Oh dear.
But like I said, it was kind of weird. Miss Celia's braid was all white as she was walking away. Does it always do that?
Did it just turn white?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see it from the front. It was just when she turned around. It was hanging down her back, and it was white, not blonde.
Interesting. It was in the moonlight? You know,
Well, I mean, the moon was out. I mean, it might have just been the moonlight. I mean, her hair's awfully shiny.
yes. Well, you see, Celia's always had this problem with this character called the Ghost. That's been following us somehow all the time. And last time I saw the Ghost, since I did see the Ghost, it looked very much like Celia. And I believe it was Celia with a white hair. Which is to say, I have a theory, but I kind of want you to keep quiet about this. Don't tell anyone about this, please.
Okay.
It might be bad. If it's known that,
Is she going to be okay?
she's been okay so far, and I'm going to see what I can figure out.
Okay.
I don't. I'm probably putting too much. But we'll. I just want to make sure that you know what's going on, so that there's no surprises sprung on you when.
So, everyone talks that we're leaving today, but where are we going?
We've all talked that we're leaving, but we haven't talked about where we're going. But I think we're all going south. We need to go. Well, we need to get to the Conclave. We need to get to the. I can never remember the city name. Yeah, we need to get to the High Mount Dulcimer Rivermans. There's someone we need to find. Although, if we're on the way, there's somewhere I might want to stop off first, but I'll have to ask them all about it.
Okay. Is it a long trip to High Mount?
Probably quite a while. We're going to be getting caravans. You haven't seen those, I don't think.
No.
No, so we're going to be... Well, if we're going to be going anywhere across High Mountain, we're not going to... Yeah. It might be a long trip if that's where we're going. We need to talk with everyone. That means breakfast time.
Everyone always seems to like breakfast.
Don't you? I mean, you need to eat, but don't you enjoy?
I mean, it all smells good. I've tried stuff, but I don't. I kind of get my energy from being out in the sun and the water.
The water?
Yeah. I mean, Dad, I kind of am a tree.
Kind of.
I mean, I'm more than a tree, but,
Yeah.
that's what I started as.
Yeah, well, yes, you said there's a tree, and you're part tree, and you're also part robot. It's a learning experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying, have you enjoyed the taste? If you can taste?
Sure. But, I mean, I don't really have anywhere when I swallow for it to go.
Ah. Yes.
So, you know,
Ah.
I thought it was kind of rude for me to like put stuff in my mouth and then just kind of spit it out.
Okay, that's there. That's all right. You do that. Don't do that. It is probably kind of rude. People don't get it. You're thinking things through more than me.
Well,
Proud of you.
it's kind of was something I had to figure out. But it all smells really good.
I'm glad you enjoy the smell. It does. Bacon does smell very good.
It does smell really good.
All right, you want to help me with the hammock, and then we can head
Sure.
over and join everyone out.
And he starts to help you pack up. Luck, what are you up to this last morning? You are in your home for the last morning. Wife in your arm. Sleeping in a little.
Yeah. But sort of knowing that, you know, it's the last morning. He sort of thinks they can just a few more minutes, but it sort of occurs to him that he probably should, you know, do the last bit of sort of work around the house, make sure everything's make sure any tasks that need to be done in the village is done, and help out as much as he can while he's still here.
Yeah. So, you know, all things start with breakfast in the Goldheart household. So as you all get moving, Faith heads down to the kitchen, and almost wistfully, as you start to do routine stuff elsewhere, sort of calls you, how about you take care of the bacon this morning?
Right, Rain, come on, bacon.
Grain comes running, probably skids a little on the wood floors, gets there right underneath of the stove. Faith is holding up what looks like a melon. I can't believe the fruits we have now.
I don't even know what that is. It's not a potato.
It's not a potato. It's tasty. Mike brought them in last night. Apparently they were growing over by Peace's house.
Huh. Magic is weird.
Magic is weird, but I don't know how we would have made it without it. I mean, you know, you're not that different from this village, Luck, as she looks up to you where you used to all but be eye to eye. She sort of brushes the silver lock of hair out of your face.
Pink. Still, if it can do stuff like this, the damage it can cause as well. The stuff needs to be controlled.
Well, it's done some pretty great stuff too. But you're right. Always practical.
But this world's rules and magic are very odd. There's the Arcana Mystica. These people seem to be in charge of most of it.
They someone you've met?
Multiple times. They're different factions, leaders. It's really complicated, and I barely I think there was an elf, and there was Florian, and I hate the dude, but I'm sure he's trying his best deep down. But I still hate him. And there was the dude with two swords. He had two swords and did things with those. There was... They looked all rather important as well.
Sounds like you're becoming important too. If you're out there standing up to people like this, and she sort of just leans into you. Be careful.
Am I careful, or...
Come back. Careful. Make sure you come home. When it's all done, you've done everything you can. Come back home, Luck.
That's a promise I can't make. And I've never broken a promise.
Well, how about just try? Nothing else?
Oh.
Write me letters. Something I can get behind that you can write now. They don't have to be complicated, just drop me a letter every once in a while.
Once a month. At least.
I'll look for them. Who knows, Elevation Pit might suddenly get itself on the map finally. Jeez, her breath kind of choking a little bit.
And it'll be greeted by the best of people when it does.
Well, I'll be here, so she kind of gives you a nudge with her hip. Your bacon's burning.
Oh, crap! Grain, take this one.
Got a good group out there. Y'all take care of each other. How about that?
Right. I think I owe them more than my life at this point.
And she sort of slices off a piece of melon and puts it in your mouth. See? Good, huh?
Very fruit.
Gives you a kiss. And will fade over outside to Luna. Where have you done your training this morning, or what are you up to as the sun has come up? Iska has been up early, is out on the road, but you probably were even up before her.
Mm-hmm. I imagine Luna was actually, especially after the conversation she had with Eldath, the revived Eldath, last night, is probably in the process of spending her time instead of training, like, blessing the water there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a reflection morning today.
Okay. As you sit there and this pool that you created with water lilies in it, the white lily, water lily, still sort of as though it's just been picked, still as fresh as can be in your hair. It's hard not to look around and see just sort of the oasis that this has become, of an orchard of every plant and flower and tree. Hummingbirds flit around. There's the trickling water there reminds you a bit of the grotto where you experienced Eldath before. And Mite comes over, the farmer. Young, but seems like an old soul. One of those people who very in tune with the land and just sort of kind of gives you a nod as he goes about harvesting and just kind of looks over over his shoulder, not a man of lots of words. He just gives you a very sincere thank you for this.
Just nod in return.
And he goes back, looks like he's harvesting corn that has sprung up in rows here. And just sort of, as he walks by, just sort of pauses for a second, doesn't say anything, and just sort of moves on about his morning harvest, seeing what's fresh, checking plants to see how they're doing, tying up vines where they need some support, tending the garden.
Thing I intended her to do it. I forgot to mention it was she was going to do a sketch of this oasis like she did at the grotto.
Okay. Yeah, you can sit there and be sketching it out.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, not in an intrusive way, but the little pause, looked over your shoulder to see what you were drawing, and then moved on with his harvest. Mike did. So, Celia, where'd you head to after Vidar left to go do suspect things?
You always do this to me.
I was going to say, my server training is top notch. I always wait till, you're right in the middle of eating something.
At that point, she would have gone into a trance, and then woken up 4 hours later, started to train.
Okay. As you are training, you hear a window open on the second floor of Luck's house. And with a sort of swing down and like a very practiced, he snuck out before, out the window and down the side of the house comes Strength with his short sword and dagger. And kind of runs over and kind of skids to a halt. I'm ready. I just one last lesson before you leave.
Celia nods. She says, "You've done that before." And she kind of gives him like a knowing smile.
He just turns deep red all the way out to his ears. Rogue training? That's the worst lie ever.
Celia chuckles. She says, "No need to lie."
Well, sometimes you've met my dad.
Yep, I've met your dad. All right, show me what you can remember.
And he starts going through some dual wielding techniques that you showed him, and the clash of rapier against dagger and short sword sort of fills the sort of small yard behind Luck's house. Vidar, yawning, you walk back into Elevation Pit after your evening out by the Netherwing fossils. You're muted.
No, I'm muted. He's just having a big stretch as he's walking on in by the riverbed. Sees the majority of people begin to wake up. He's going to head towards Luna. And just so that he's in eye view as he's walking towards her, he's just going to nod and say, "Good morning, Luna."
What did you do?
Well, I covered up that, I covered up the exposed section of the Neverwind. Just a small landslide to cover up the rock. Oh, to cover up the exposed area.
Define small.
So you know where the bear had taken a bite out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I buried that.
Did you break anything else?
I did not, but it would be very like me to do so, but no. I know. Who am I and what have I done with Vidar, right?
Fine.
Luna, I'm sorry I blasted you down in the pits. I was very on edge. It was stupid of me. And I'm
Yes.
sorry if I put you at risk.
No, you are not capable of putting me at risk.
Yeah, probably. Not. I mean, why would I? Truly.
You realize it was stupid,
Yeah.
and I barely felt anything. We can move on.
Okay. Well, thanks, Mama Luna. He's going to stretch off and walk away.
As you head towards Luck's house, you see other villagers stirring, and the smell of bacon, maybe a little bit well done, fills the air. We won't make you roll, as we know it's Vidar's favorite thing.
Yeah, he's going to go sniffing over towards it. He goes, "Oh, I wonder if does he see?"
Just say Axel Riley, you certainly could see him, see Vidar heading towards the house.
But what did you do?
I swallowed some Neverwing gems.
Wait, what?
No, I'm kidding, friend.
Yeah,
I caused.
That's stupid. No.
I mean, I did eat a gemstone the other day. It hasn't passed yet. I got a stomach cramp yesterday, and
About the Netherwing?
oh yeah, I caused a landslide and buried the exposed section of its crystal in its bone marrow and rubble.
Are you sure it's okay? You know, nothing more is broken. The landslide covers up properly. You're not hurt.
I mean, I struggled to drive Lysithia at least halfway in with my strongest strike into the Neverwing statue, so it's fairly covered up.
It is stone. Yeah.
It was just a rubble up the top, a couple of good thunder steps, and down it went.
Yeah, maybe next time you want to do some like large scale terrain remodeling, yeah, ask us for help. I don't want to I don't really want to mention what would have happened if something had gone wrong. But that was a good idea. That was a good idea.
True. And now it was just one job that we just ticked off the list real quick.
Actually, we might want to mention that to Strength to keep an eye on that, because of course we do know that it probably would have negative effects on wildlife.
Oh yes.
Be able to take care of things, so we'll tell Strength about that.
Did you know there's also a giant spectral rabbit hanging around the nearby shrine we made out there? Giant spectral rabbit.
Well, that would be Timestone, probably.
Yes, but it's a giant spectral rabbit. It was the size of a horse.
Can't see that now.
It looked like this. Minor illusion.
It's giant, 12-foot tall jackrabbit.
You could ride it.
Fact?
Hmm? Yeah. Where are they anyway?
Who, where, who, what, how?
Strength.
They're probably inside.
Yeah, okay.
I wish I'd seen that, but that's actually really cool. Time is pretty awesome.
Time is, I'm concerned. That is some intense power. And he's going to begin walking towards towards Lux house, and he's going to look back and goes, "Come on, there's bacon."
Yeah, I can smell it already. Bacon.
I can't wait.
Come on, right here. To the smell.
Opens the door. Lark, bacon.
Not for you. You still owe me like 30.
What if I? Okay, well, how about this? Let's make a deal. How about I give you 2 silver?
Money can't buy you forgiveness for what you did to my dinner.
Holds up his ring.
Fair point.
Thank you.
So is that 2 or 3 rations of bacon?
3. Don't forget Axel and Riley as well. Also, where's your boy?
I'd say about that time, Strength is outside, has been becoming more and more distracted as the smell of breakfast fills the yard back there with you, Cilia. And are you going to take mercy on this poor boy and let him go get some food, or are you going to keep him out there?
Break him.
Break the poor boy.
After about the 5th time you knock him on his butt, because he's not paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a growing boy. He needs food, so yeah. I'll let him get food.
He kind of grabs his sword and he goes, "Thank you." And then he was going to try to come up with something to say, and then it was just like, "Mom's breakfast." Do you come in as well?
Yeah.
So pretty everyone filing in from either the kitchen, sort of the back door, following Strength, and comes in through the kitchen. Everyone sort of ends up there around the table. Once and again, you see Time seems to have grabbed a sort of a sweet biscuit and is over at her little sort of doll's table and is eating over there because there's not tons of room when everyone is crowded around. But pretty much everyone is all together.
Celia looks to Strength. She says, "No weapons at the breakfast table."
And he looks around at the rest of the party.
Luna will actually sit with time.
Okay.
Well, we can't confiscate Luna's. Vidar can disappear his. Axel is a walking explosion.
Puts away his spell book subtly.
Yeah.
You're just hiding yours under your cloak.
Okay. So he puts them over, sort of in a actually little almost leans them up against a little bookshelf type thing, and then runs back to the table.
No weapons at the table. It's the only thing that seems to be the majority here, except from the food.
And you all are able to sort of tuck in to this. You see that Faith makes an extra plate and grabs Strength and goes, "Run this out to your uncle." And you see him run outside to the front porch, where you can sort of see through the open door. Chance is out there with his 2 silver dice, just rolling them over, and sort of absent-mindedly begins to pick at his food. Time just sort of looks over at you, Luna, and is like, "Tea, Miss Luna?" And basically he's having a tea party.
Yes, please.
And starts serving out to you and to her little rabbit and to some of the other dolls that are in there. You can't tell whether these are inhabited or not. They aren't some of the ones that you saw. They're not like the totems you saw before. These look more sort of traditional dolls and toys.
Understood.
And proceeds to have a lovely tea party for you and her stuffed animals. And the morning sort of slips by, and you all... There's that weird time where it's time to go, but no one's quite ready.
Well, over breakfast, Axel is going to bring it up. So, where are we? Where we were planning to go? What's our next step? I'm figuring we were going to go down to find Lily.
I believe that was the next port of call.
That is the mission.
And she was in the... We understood that it was in the Dulcimer Riverlands?
The Dulcimer Riverlands, yes, near High Mount, is where the cathedral of the Temple of Purity is located.
I also don't think I've been this north.
Not this northwest. You have been northeast of here, Vidar. Or Vidar hasn't, Iskrin had.
Exactly. Well, this is going to be new.
So yeah, if we're going to be going down to Sojourn's Crossing, maybe we can find a caravan, beat up the trip if we're going on the roads. I would like to, if we're going that way, I would like to stop by Grom's. So in that general direction.
I don't see the problem.
It seems fair enough. If he's called upon him, maybe he knows a thing or two.
I mean, after everything that happened to us, after everything that happened in
Something.
Smoker's Crest, he's got to have an idea. I mean, he did bestow that mirror to you.
Well, that was not him. That was a friend of his. But I'm almost certain.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Now, there's a lot of questions I have for Grom. I also want to introduce Riley to him. Riley, Grom was the one who raised me. He was kind of like my dad, although he never really was completely my dad. But, you know, you could kind of say he might be your grandfather, so I kind of want to introduce the two of you.
I have granddad?
Kinda, just call him Grom. You can call him Granddad. I don't know how he would respond to that.
Oh, okay. Grom.
He
Grandpa,
taught me.
I'll come up with something.
He taught me a lot of what I know. So
Oh,
you might want. Yeah. I think he'll be interested to meet you.
sure, if he's family.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So just gets a bit quiet.
Riley seems to take a big inhale and, as he doesn't eat, just sort of kind of sits and, but seems attentive and perfectly happy. He doesn't look like he's feeling awkward or anything. Just, it's his reality. He doesn't eat.
Do
But-
the rest of us notice that he's not eating?
He's never eaten, actually. This is where, as it would be a new discovery for all of you because there are no other Warforged in the world. But yeah, Warforged don't actually need to eat or drink or sleep. So as the first of his kind, as a Runeborn, it's whether this is the first time you've really noticed, could be, and you could bring it up.
I imagine Luna would just, because if I guess, are we all outside now, or are we still at the table?
At this point, I mean, I'm kind of making it flexible, sort of. Things are cleaning up at the table, probably clearing the table. Breakfast is finished, sort of that, starting to get things packed and not quite out the door yet, but just sort of, clearing plates, helping to clean up a little after the meal.
Luna
Presentation, everything clean, cheap.
No,
Vidar joins in on that.
do it the right way. Don't be lazy. And then she'll cut her eyes to Luck.
What? Handing a plate to Axel. Just handing stuff to Axel, just like no clue what you're on about.
I mean, I'm getting rid of the dirt. They still need to be washed.
Smell okay?
Luck, Goldheart.
Hygiene.
It passed the sniff test.
Luck, Goldheart. Clean the dishes.
Clean the dishes.
And don't just give them to that dog of yours, you hear from the kitchen from Faith.
Listen to your wife. She's a smart lady.
Are you two related?
In common sense, we are.
Close enough.
Wait. Luna, I guess, will just kind of go to Riley. Were you not hungry today?
Oh, I don't eat, Miss Luna. I kind of found out on my own. Back when I was sort of smaller and little, I tried, and it just doesn't really have anywhere to go. It ended up just kind of rotting, sort of in my middle.
But you are fine with this. You don't require any sustenance.
I guess not. I mean, I'm getting a bump from somebody. Oh, there we go. I mean, I always feel like I've got more energy when I'm out in the sunshine. And because, I'm kind of a tree at heart. I mean, I can remember the night when I first met Dad. And I remember just being a little guy. And then after the Crucible, that was like, wow, it was like being supercharged for a little while. But then I just kind of go out in the sunshine and, I do like water too.
Can you drink water?
Well, I put it in my mouth and it gets absorbed. But I think I could probably put my finger in it and it'd get absorbed too. I've never tried. You want to try?
Luna will make water bacon
Okay.
Hand it to Riley. Or hold her hand out with it.
Yeah. And he picks it up and just sort of sploosh. He sort of slurps it. Oh, was I supposed to, like... Here, do another one. He puts it in his hand. This might take a while.
As long as you are energized, it is fine.
Yeah? I mean, after yesterday, whew, I feel pretty good. It's kind of weird that I'm, like, bigger again, but it was like music. It was sort of peaceful, and I was watching all the flowers and the grass and the vines grow, and I just kind of grew with them. Luna, because you're Luna, you would notice his hair has gotten longer. I mean, it is sort of almost like a Spanish moss, got a little bit of curl to it. It is sort of a dark green in color, and even like since yesterday, almost as though his hair has grown overnight. He's got that 15-year-old sort of mop of hair thing happening going on, down a little bit in his eyes, sort of probably hitting like his shoulder, hitting.
So he's good guy pie.
He's good guy pie. Not quite as, he doesn't have the epic locks of good guy pie, but if good guy about, shoulder
Maybe
length.
good guy pie.
Yeah. There you go. About that. Yeah, pretty much. He kind of looks like like one of the Beatles, but with moss hair.
Yep.
He's got teenage, floppy hair going on.
Luna will sort of do the awkward pat thing on his hair.
Yeah. It's kind of springy and nice. I mean, it's kind of like,
Interesting. Change is change, right?
Yeah,
We adjust.
that's what Dad said. We'll just kind of learn as we go.
I can obviously not help with magic. That is your father's privilege. But if you want to learn how to defend yourself with your limbs, I am here. Also, I'm
Yeah.
not sure what would suit your style, but we'll see.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out too. I was gonna sort of just try it all and see what sticks.
Huh? Huh? Was that a... Never mind. Because your tree
Oh,
kind of...
I get it. Yeah, I was a stick. That's how I started. And I said maybe that's funny.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, you dare poison my good boy.
Fidaz is chuckling red faced to the side as he's helping Clay. He's just.
Hey,
I am.
hey, Dad, listen to this. So, I'm going to try everything and see what sticks. He pulled up a finger.
It's even
See,
funny the
it's because
second
I'm a
time
stick,
around.
or was a stick.
You know, very lot. If if you want some good, you know what? I was going to say if you want some good jokes, there's somebody to talk to. Then I realized I don't think any of us here make good jokes, except for that one. Kind of clever.
We'll work on it.
You can work on it, yeah.
Okay. He sort of goes over and kind of wanders around. And he's like, stick. He keeps like saying it over and over again, like trying to make, like a kid trying to make up a joke about stick.
And Luna just kind of sorry at Axel's direction.
I mean, Axel's like this proud dad is encouraging City, even though it's like, yeah, that's a great drawing, kid. That's a great drawing, son.
Regretting everything.
He just gives you a smile.
So,
He was sort of listening in on that conversation, so he just gives you this big smile.
Vidal's going to say, so, on another note, I caused a landslide last night, everyone.
Celia slowly turns her head.
Iska does the same.
What
Now
did
that was
you
what I was
do?
That was what I was expecting. That
I was going to say, you see Faith's head stick out from the kitchen. Strength is like, oh, cool. And he like sits down, like getting ready to listen in to see how this is going to go down.
Don't
He's
take
like-
inspiration from this man. Under no
Try to
circumstance.
imagine this is all simultaneously.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
How?
A couple of well-placed thunder steps in the exact same place. So, you know our dragon our dragon skeleton problem.
Why are you allowed to be a warlock again?
That's kind of my
Because-
fault, you hear Lyle chime in.
Yeah.
I kept an eye on him, though.
Yeah, we'll save. So we covered up that little section of the Neverwing that was exposed, sealing it under rubble and stone. That way, nothing else will be able to truly get to it, except if it removes all the rubble. So strength, you're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Strength is like, it was like all fun and games until now. He landed an item on the task list, and he's like, okay, and kind of does a little almost mini justice pose.
If you see any black gemstones laying around it, or broken within the fossilized skeleton, don't go close to it. Don't.
What
send us a
kind of
letter.
skeleton are we talking about? They've not been out and seen it.
By the river there.
There's a dragon skeleton by the river.
Oh,
Yeah, might have forgot to mention it.
Look.
Oh
how
yeah,
dare
I'll
you.
totally guard that. You see him as he's headed towards the door, like he is on his way.
Yeah, sure you will.
Hold on a moment.
Right,
there.
right. Hold on a moment.
Yes. Look,
Your new size, yes, you easily basically pick up your son by the scruff of the neck, even though he's a pretty big 16-year-old.
Just.
now, Celia, I'm glad you jumped to that conclusion.
Okay,
but
I don't
doing
like
something.
this, Dad. This new big you is not cool. I just got bigger than you before you left.
Well, the father always stays one step ahead.
Oh man.
Gotta try harder.
I thought we talked about you thinking before you did something. We have to keep the well-being of the group in mind. So, we'd appreciate it if you didn't do things when everybody else is asleep.
How didn't we hear it?
Yeah, it was about 3 a.m.
Distant thunder would have all it would have sounded like.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, true.
But yeah, so the thing is, the skeleton inside of it is a crystal substance that from our experience, does not interact well with creatures. It causes injury to you, even if it doesn't seem like it does. And of course, if it's perhaps absorbed by something, it may change them into, well, very much like the infestation, but different kind of transformation. So that's why we're warning you. It's something to be aware of. Hopefully it's buried, but I want to keep an eye on it, that it doesn't cause a danger to the people here.
Okay, so off limits.
And we're very lucky to have, looking over at time, our big rabbit friend. It was huge time. It was massive. Who is that one? What's their name?
That's Ivy.
We're very lucky to have Ivy as a safeguard there.
Wait till you meet Hal.
There's a Hal.
Yeah, the wolf.
Right.
Makes sense.
I'm not gonna say wolf. No, don't. Don't get
Tusks,
distracted.
the
Yep.
boar.
Ghost.
Ash, the stag.
But
Oak,
why Ash?
because he was gray and made out of ashwood.
Oh.
Why would you name him someone else?
Luna is helpfully holding up fingers as she ticks off names.
Yeah,
You know, one tradition that I found out that doesn't happen outside of this village. They name people very oddly.
I've never met anyone named Oddly.
I have. You moved out a few months before I left.
I mean, I'm named very accurately, I think, from this point.
Yeah, see, your name makes sense. No, you explained it to us. You were found near an axle under a cart. It makes sense. But Vidar, Cilia, Luna, do you name? Where's the logic in those? Where'd they come from?
I mean, you've had some pretty bad luck.
That's why I called it, to counteract all the bad luck that comes my way. It's sort of, I'd be even worse off if my name wasn't this.
Faith reads out. It's probably true.
You'd probably also be worth off
I mean,
somewhere around.
he found me. Okay. Faith sort of comes out and she has made up sort of bags, sort of to-go bags, some sort of wrapped in canvas of breads and things like that. She goes, if y'all are going, you best get on the road. And I'd love to have you stay longer, but... She looks at Luck. The world needs saving, apparently. And the sooner you leave, the sooner you come back. Now get all of you. Get out of my house. Get out of my kitchen. You're making a mess. And she starts to
Very quickly.
lovingly shoot
Luna
people.
takes that literally for a moment, looking for spots to clean, and then
Not you, dear. She sort of takes a second and looks almost for permission to put her sort of arm around your shoulders, Luna.
Faith has earned it.
Yeah, and she looks at him and she goes, "You'll keep an eye on them for me, won't you? All of them."
I will.
Now, Luck can get himself into a world of trouble, but he'll always do his best to make it right.
I've seen that in action. I'll keep my eye on them.
And this rest of this gang, I don't envy you, but it's a nice family you've put together here, Luna. Keep them together.
I I'll do my best.
I know.
Gentle way to speak.
Always keep faith at your side.
Small smile. Walks out.
Strength comes over to you, Luck, and first kind of shakes your hand, kind of man shake, and then he just gives you a giant hug.
There we go. That's how you say goodbye to your father.
Kind of sort of tears in his eyes, a little choked. You're not just my father. You're my hero. You saved me from myself.
Every child makes a mistake. It's the job of the parents to clean it up.
Well, you're the best darn parent anyone could have, then.
But I'd never ask for a son more loyal and dedicated than you.
I'll make you proud, Dad.
I'm sure you will. Carve your name into the stone of this place. And then the rest of the world.
I will.
Get going before I start crying. I'm
Yeah.
in front of my friends.
Yeah. And he sort of goes over and stands by Faith. Time sort of skips over. Just sort of waves bye to everyone, but she skips over to Luna. And,
Goes to eye height for her.
yeah. So, Miss Luna,
Yes.
your doll wanted me to tell you something.
What was it?
It said, the baby wants a kiss.
Luna will take out the doll and trembling a little, do so, just quick peck on the head area.
And she looks at you, goes, she's smiling now. She needed that today, I guess.
Thank you. Time. And Luna will do like the very slow arm reach for like one arm hug with the arm that's not holding the doll.
Yep. And she sort of leans in and gives you a hug. And then sort of skips over to Faith.
Luna's going to tuck the doll away and then start walking out of town.
Yep.
Not so she can still keep
Yeah.
the group still see around.
Yeah,
She's-
sort of down the porch. Iska is sort of out there as well. A lot of the kids had said goodbye. She had stopped for a moment. Faith sort of spoke with her for a moment. And as you all head out, you sort of see, standing there on the porch as you all sort of do the last of gathering your things together, you see their Faith, Strength, Time, sort of in a close-knit sort of family group. You see Chance sort of sitting there beside them, looking up, for once not just fully engrossed in the two silver dice. Any last goodbyes anyone wants to? other than Sandstorm.
Puska, I was wondering where you were.
Yep, and there is a large bobcat that does sort of appear out of an alley, and does sort of sit there by sort of the outskirts of this little town square, kind of waiting, sort of doing the.
Look back at strength and you're gonna do good, kid. Don't forget to dodge.
Right. Oh, you muted yourself.
He's then going to lift his travel shirt up just a little bit and show the kind of residual scar that he got from Celia when she stabbed Ishkrin, and be like, "Because that's your man. Gotta avoid that."
He kind of looks at Celia with even wider eyes and that sort of hero worship. He is a fanboy of Celia.
Celia gives him a smile. She says, "Yeah, I went easy on you."
He looks a little worried, but then sort of smiles. I'll keep practicing. And Luck, do you want to send us out of Elevation Pit?
Yep. He sort of looks at everyone and sort of his eyes sort of well up a little before he sort of turns away from the village and goes, Don't let them see you cry. They think you're a hero. As he begins to walk.
There is moisture running down Luck's face from his eyes.
Grain is right at your heels as you turn and with the party say goodbye to Elevation Pit. As you head out, you walk for about good 20 minutes or so, and this trail that leads out of town to the heading to the northeast, you do pass by one of the shrines, and there you do see a very large, probably bear-sized or bigger spectral boar that is sort of watching as you guys and gals all head out past.
Because I think she got an introduction to most, if not all of them.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yep.
she'll-
That's Tusk.
Okay.
And he sort of gives a snort.
Take care of him.
And Celestial, goodbye, Tusk. Take care of everything.
And you then get out past the edge, the last few outlying buildings, and start to head into the forest. Here, outside of the true bounds of the rune, the foliage and area around you begins to change somewhat. Where within the bounds of the rune, everything was almost instantly changed. As you head into this area, you see a different effect of nature that is happening. Instead of this sort of instant transformation from corrupted to natural, you see where different types of moss and fungus and lichen have begun to take root. Giant mushrooms, some as big as a dining room table, seem to be working their way to break down sort of the corrupted trees and the detritus that was left as the corruption sort of collapsed in upon itself. And as you go deeper in, you see this sort of vast amount of spores, sort of golden in nature, sort of fill the air. You sort of smell this smell of almost like fresh tilled soil or harvested hay. A little bit pungent, but that sort of clean sort of act of nature renewing itself for certainly Luck, and actually probably for Axel as well. It's almost like there's that underscore of a brewery and brewing beer and sort of fermentation that's happening as you are quickly finding yourself surrounded by this sort of huge sort of fungal forest as some of the trees that have fallen begin to be broken down instead of directly by Eldath's touch, but by her infusing nature to do what it will. The colors here are amazing. The golden spores sort of float all through the air. Mushrooms of iridescent blue. Moss that grows pretty much everywhere. Purple and deep greens. The lichens, these sort of bright yellow splotches of color or red around you as a completely different type of forest than what you witnessed coming in to Elevation Pit. This sort of dark, corrupted, black, oozing and bloated nature of the corrupted forest has now turned into this almost ethereal, magical type place as the corruption is being overtaken now by nature's own process to cleanse itself. As you head a little bit deeper in, you see along the road would have been probably the most and furthest outskirts, another hour beyond the village, these huge, giant deadwood remains where what were probably once 80, 90, 100-foot tall trees almost seem to have been squashed down and made thicker in circumference and have almost humanoid-like features, legs, arms, giant maws. You could look at them the right way and could see how these were once possibly living ambulatory guardians that had been set upon this road. But now from them, sort of bigger than even patio umbrellas, you have those big mushrooms that sort of attach themselves to trunks of trees. And the top sides of them this sort of navy blue, but the other underside this light iridescent blue that sort of glows in the own shadow that's made by just the size of these 60-foot around circumference sort of tree trunk like trees. These, for the meta folks out there, were corrupted treants that were guarding the main pathway that you all luckily bypassed by going through the graveyard. And so, how would you all like to proceed as you are now passing your way? You know it was about a 2-day journey in. You left around noon.
From Sploose?
We're on foot, yeah?
Currently,
Yeah,
y'all are
we're
on
in.
foot. You've probably got another 2 days before you get out of this forest and back to the main road.
Is the road as cramped as it was coming in?
It is. In fact, it might be even a little bit more so as these sort of large mushrooms and things. I mean, now the nice part is as you walk through, most everything does seem to fall away. It doesn't, it's mushroom type structure. It's not going to be hitting a tree at in Dragon Stride mode, but you could certainly give it a try.
Well, who's up for it?
Yeah,
Don't
let's
trip
do it.
over. It'll be bad for you, but sure.
Yeah.
You guys want to try?
Yep, let's
Yeah.
give it a shot.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright. Stay close enough. And he will just craft a dragon side road on the gem and shines as he sort of crushes it and activates.
As the rune explodes, you sort of see that weird warping of time around you as for every 2 steps you take, it's like a third one has happened, that sort of weird sort of lurching forward. While you're on foot, it is not nearly as crazy and disconcerting as it was when you were on the back of a dinosaur, but it certainly makes things go faster. And you notice around you as you sort of do break through some of these mushrooms and other things, but it's no more damaging than sort of bumping into, a soft pillow or a padded type thing. You can almost sort of not nudge things out of your way, but you see all around you these golden spores as you hit different pieces of moss or fungus. It's almost small explosions and bursts of golden fireworks as these spores are spread further and further out into the forest. You can see as they sort of cling even higher up the trees, perhaps even accelerating somewhat of their spread to help transform this forest back into a non-corrupted place. Even at Dragon Stride speeds, you still are probably going to need to camp, or you can go through the night. It's your call. You have 8 hours on Dragon Stride, like we said. Take you, till 8 in the evening when the sun would go down. Whereas you could camp, or if you all wanted to continue, it's whatever your prerogative is. In a half a day, you basically traveled the length of a full day, as you know, with Dragon Stride.
Keep going. We can rest when we get to the tower.
I mean,
True.
that was more than even a day away.
It's 2 days to get to
Yeah.
the road.
Same path.
It's then another 2 to 3 days to get to
We can
Gromsdale.
rest when we get to the tower.
We probably could get to the. We could probably push it, get to the main road, rest there, and
I
then.
think that's the right call. Getting to the
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So
We've had
again,
a lot of rest
Yeah, you all have had plenty of rest. You all have, eaten well. You have amazing rations that Faith has lent to you. And so you all continue. And as the Dragon Stride does eventually fade as night comes on, I can't remember, they reset at midnight or at sunrise? I can't recall. Sunrise. So you will be going at normal speed through the night, but you will make it pretty much almost at sunrise to the edge of the forest with having used Dragon Stride and this. But as the night falls, this forest of mushrooms and mosses and lichens begins to glow at night, as though almost lit by black light. It becomes iridescent and illuminated, very much, just because it's in everyone's sort of vernacular, very much like Pandora from Avatar. The night becomes alive with this phosphorescence of all of this, especially with 2 days out from the full moon shining down. It filters down through the trees, and where there was this almost perpetual midnight gloom as you came here, this nearly full moon, you can see these sort of motes of moonlight that stream down in between, and there's almost no denying the work of magic here and how it has transformed what was just the normal foothills and forest leading to a normal mining town, now a gateway to Eldath's sanctuary here on the western side of the continent. Towards morning, probably 2 or 3, maybe 4 in the morning, sun's not up yet, you do see where you've reached the extent of where the corruption had spread, and it transfers back into more normal tall pine trees and oak trees around you. Not the threatening feel that you had before coming in, as you had experienced a horror of spirit and a taste of the corruption. This, again, is a beautiful forest at moonlight, under moonlight. Morning begins to approach. If there's nothing folks would like to talk or do as we travel through the night.
Whenever we pause, and then we also do a sketch of how this looks, since it's, as you said, it's pathway, to Eldath.
Yeah. And you are able to. I mean, it sort of ingrains itself into your mind. You don't necessarily have to stop and do like a portrait painting. You're able to.
Wanted to make sure as long as it's in there.
Yeah, sketch as you walk. And new different types of flowers. I'm sorry?
And map to actually get there.
Oh, yes. Yes, you can update your map.
Thank you.
Yeah, with your cartography tools. So Luna doing her, I kind of see it as almost being one of those illustrated maps where maybe in the margins and stuff you sort of draw some of the different flora and fauna, like the old I can't think of what they were doing. The catalogers would do, like when they were doing the Galapagos Islands and stuff. Many of the maps,
especially.
Yeah. And so, yeah, these, the remains of the giant tree ants are sort of over in the bottom left corner, and another place shows off the different mushrooms, and maybe another area where a tree had fallen and there was these beautiful motes of moonlight that passed down through and made all of the mushrooms and shine in the phosphorescent moonlight. You all start to see the forest begin to clear out just as up ahead of you, as you are heading all but directly east at this point, you start to see light filtering very low angle in between the trunks of the trees. And almost like a wall ending, you all emerge from the forest. A breeze sort of whisks by the whole party's face as the sun is rising up and light begins to illuminate out in front of you this scene. The breeze itself has this familiar sort of tang of seawater to it, that smell of the winds that constantly blow across the Dragongust plains from in off of the western sea. And as you look to the south, you can see the foothills that you are in right now flatten out. And you see the broad, familiar, sweeping plains where your adventure began. It's the height of summer now in this region. Wildflowers bloom in patches and from every nook and cranny, little pieces of rock where they stick through. A flock, sort of long-haired, gray and white sheep graze over on the hillside opposite of you. Very, very small trail that you all are on that leads out of the forest. It's barely even a footpath that, if you weren't here at the top of it, kind of knowing where it goes, Luck, you can see it sort of go down the hillside where it meets the road about a half mile away. The air is filled with sounds of small birds, bees. You see the birds just sort of flutter and flit close to the ground underneath the tree line. A little bit of a reminder as you look up at the broad expanse of sky above you of what does still lurk in that crystal clear sky above. But for a moment, you all find yourself in all but familiar surroundings. On a road that leads to the south, where 4 months ago, Luck, you stood in this same spot. Patches of snow were still on the ground, and you, at that point a 45-year-old man, a miner, exiled from his home, told that he soon would lose his mind. Nowhere necessarily to go, no idea what the rest of your life would be. And here you are again. Take us into this scene, good guy. As you set foot back on the road again, this time with this group of travelers beside you. Small dog, village that you can go back to.
Well, I never thought I'd be walking this road again. So, essentially, that's the path that you take, normal one, go down there. About there as well, I met Iska, just off in just that corner over there. Well, this is deja vu? Is that the word?
Yeah, that probably works. What was that? Is that like a? I think it's an Elven phrase.
Yeah, I think
Something else.
is it Dwarvish?
Might be an old version of Dwarves. Not sure. But yeah, it's back here.
Yeah.
To
New
the
direction. New start. Let's keep going.
All right.
Hey, we're all tired.
Yeah. I mean, it is.
Yep.
I mean, you all can stop here if you, as you said, here at the road before you join the main road. It's not a bad spot to stop and take a long rest.
got a good view here.
Yeah.
Good. No one could sneak up on us easily. Fairly open area. Set up some campsite, shall we?
Yeah, I think
I say Vidar looks like he's about to fall over on his feet.
that's what happens. When
That would be wise.
I'm fine. Truly. I'm good.
Right.
Let's keep going. This is
No.
beautiful.
No, we're camping. Because
Okay,
I'm
fine.
tired.
I was gonna say, if y'all keep going, you all will probably all get a point of exhaustion.
We'll be resting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, while long rest often means sleep, this can easily be a sort of relaxing morning, sort of doze, as you all still have some of the rations that Faith gave you. Luck you find in your pack, wrapped obviously by Faith, but in your good pants, as she has found what has happened. Good 3 or 4 rashers of bacon, along with some ham slices, some sort of hardtack bread, along with sort of a deep, dark loaf, sort of full of fruit, made with molasses, something that would give lots of energy. Very similar to what she sent you off with the first time.
Right. This is good. Let's have a bit of a eat while we wait. Celia, there was something I wanted to bring up with you. When were elves able to change their hair color on the fly?
What?
You do a weird thing where your hair turns white.
I don't know why.
No one else has noticed this?
notice.
I mean, no.
I mean, you haven't.
No.
I saw it back when maybe I was seeing things, but I saw it back up on the. I saw it while we were in the place the druid sent us, and we had to fight before we fought that bone devil and stuff. As well. And
I mean, the ghost showed up there.
and I also saw it while I was where we were up in the town where all the devils were occupying it.
Or last night.
I thought you.
I don't know.
Oh.
First changing skin, now changing hair. Are you sure you're not an Eladrin?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, good.
Really a moon elf. But now I'm a sun elf.
So, Alex was going to pull out the mirror, flick it open. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Come on. Okay.
And
Is that
I'm
better?
muted, and I'm muted to the stream, but not to y'all. But yeah, so
Okay. Is that better?
yes, much better. Thank you.
Alright. So Axel is going to pull out the Mirror of Secrets. Flip it open. He is going to put it open to... Well, he's going to activate it. Celia. Do you think that you are who you think you are?
Yes.
You think that this ghost isn't the third character? Celia. What was
Isolme.
Isolme.
Yeah.
Isolme. Ghost.
I mean, being 3 different types of elf would be weird.
Yes. He looks around at the party. None of us have normal situations. I'm just thinking that maybe this ghost isn't as separate as, isn't somebody following you as a part of you or something hidden inside. I'm trying not to be very alarmist here. I'm trying to be really calm about this, and this is just an idea.
I mean, why would I, for months, freak myself out?
Well, I'm not saying that you're the same person, but I'm saying that same form, body. I don't. Look, I'm just coming up with ideas, so I'm kind of worried.
It could be a different manifestation of a person. Different personality.
Or it could be something to do with good old City and Order, good old Mithrani.
Gonna put a hand on Celia's and say, you do want to achieve the goal. Why not check just in case? If it is something to do with the Obsidian Order, this might lead into something.
What if the bear took a note out of this dude's policy? Well, the
Disappeared?
bear just up and disappeared, and what we can only assume was through the same way that it came from. So, if you would want to be everywhere and nowhere at once, you'd just do what the bear did.
Slip into the void.
Kinda.
Maybe I'm just sort of. It was a theory. He's gonna check the truth of that conversation in the mirror.
Okay.
I don't know exactly if that's how it functions, but
So, yes, it is. You can look back at it and see if there is other clues that were not obvious. Find out if there were hidden things happening during the conversation.
Yeah.
For this, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Arcana check.
On a 22, you do absolutely, see that Celia is speaking the truth. You are able to discern that she does not know what's going on. Neither does Tree Hugging Druid. But as you mentioned the Obsidian Order, as you sort of watch back the conversation, sort of from a third person point of view playing on the mirror, it's almost like you see a line connecting Celia to something else appear when you speak about the Obsidian Order. But that is all that you get.
Oops. Yeah, that makes a bit of sense, actually. If we talk about them, then they might know things about us. Should not have mentioned it. Let's not say that name anymore, because I think there's some sort of tracking on it, and might link them. They might notice, might watch. If they're close to the Count Mysticas, apparently they are. I think there was ties you mentioned. I mean, I imagine employment. They might have the means. Now I'm just alarming myself. I'm sorry.
I mean, Celia would know, and also I think that Celia told you that Florian had spoken about the Arcana Mystica's definitely a client. I'm sorry, yes, a client of the Obsidian Order.
Still, this whole hair changing thing is kind of interesting. I'm just kind of curious. I mean, might be something to it, might not be.
Celia just kind of rubs her temples. She says, I'd like to just be one kind of elf, please. Please.
We'll cut you a deal and make it 2.
I mean, yeah, sounds like a kind of confusing place to be, not being. How did Iskrin deal with it? Like, Iskrin would have the most experience with being more than one person. I mean, Vidar kind of.
Well, it was all the same, but it was all different. That doesn't help, does it?
No.
Hmm.
That is as helpful as a fork made of straw.
No, it's a helpful. It's a fork that is a fork. It's not particularly not unhelpful. It's just.
It's a fork with some of the forks bent backwards.
Lyle kinks in. Well, he did go quite mad before all was said and done.
Yeah, truly. I mean,
Not that you will, dear.
I think I'm already halfway there.
I was talking to her, Vidar.
Oh,
I mean, she puts up. She's deals with Iskrin and Vidar. I think you can handle it, right, Celia? You've handled those two.
Yeah. You know.
well, I think you could call this situation more like siblings. Now I think about it, all of those forms of Iskrins were more just like brothers, like the exact same person, but brothers, sibling. Like just each new one was a younger brother compared to the rest. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't.
I wouldn't know.
I truly neither do I. That was just a guess. I mean, I saw Lux. But we had to deal with Lux family, so that's me putting docs together. I don't know this. I don't know family. Except for you. That's it. Oh, good cat.
Vidar, do you remember what I told you whenever you were debating whether to be Iskrin again or be Vidar?
I think I made the best choice.
Same soul, different body.
Same soul, different body. I don't think I could be happier. Oh god, same soul, different body.
As the pondering of souls and multiple people, the morning passes. You all can all have gotten your long rest. Actually, you do see Riley has sort of ventured out from the camp out onto this beautiful hillside, sort of out into the flowers, sort of in the sun, and went and sort of laid down in a up on sort of a hillside in the green grass, sort of surrounded by these sort of little daisy type flowers, almost like dandelion type idea. Just sort of was laying down in the middle of them and sort of looking up at the sky.
I think you'll sit next to Riley, but not really, give it a space and peace, and he's just gonna be going through his books nice and quietly next to him, unless Riley, of course, speak about.
So, Dad, I'm trying to figure out, where do I fit in to all of you? I mean, you're like the magic person, and Vidar's got Lyle, who's so cool. And Luck's like, strong and just goes running in there and gets right in the front of everybody. And Luna's, punches stuff and dives out of the way. And Celia's sneaky. What do I do? I mean, who am I supposed to be? I mean, I know there's not an answer, but
I mean, who do you want to be? What do you want to be? You're awesome, as you are, and you have so much ahead of you. It's ask yourself the question, and you don't have to come up with a 100% answer. I'm pretty sure I'm still confused myself sometimes, but yeah, you are who you want to be. You maybe have an idea and you can work towards it, see if you like it, and in the end, it's not you're Riley. You're my son, so it doesn't matter if you can't cast spells like I can, or you don't have Lyle to boss you around, or not Luck, or you're not Celia. You don't. It doesn't define you. You find your own path, I guess.
yeah, I get it. But where do you even start?
Give something a try, and see how you feel about it.
Okay, I can do that.
You want me to start trying to show you maybe a couple magic tricks? See how you go onto those.
Sort of sits up and kind of wraps his sort of lanky arms sort of around his legs, and you notice a couple things. His hair now is blonde because it's almost as though the dandelions have now sort of taken root, and so his hair now has become sort of blonde and longer, with sort of almost, instead of being mossy, it's almost like elongated, thin dandelion petals. Still sort of shaggy down in his eyes. Kind of has a surfer dude look now. You also notice around where he was lying that is much more sort of fertile and vibrant in color. And just the hint of the life rune is burning in his eyes.
I think, well, we can try the tricks, but I think, it's like you're a natural at. Take a
Really?
look around.
He sort of looks around and goes, wow.
Don't, you know, you're a runeborn. Born of the life rune, you bring life with you. That might be a place to start now. But I would have no idea how to teach you anything to do with that. We can work on it though.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see if we can, if you want to, of course, we can see if we can use this. We can work with this.
So, okay. I don't know where to start, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm a runeborn. That's where I fit.
Exactly. And you're... Right, well, I have a couple of ideas. Let's maybe start working on maybe actual focusing and directing. Maybe it's a bit of that, and we can work on see if we can sort things out.
Yeah. And
sort of a lot of mental exercises.
okay.
You know, you bring out either is it controlled, is it internal, is it druidic?
Yeah, well, as Axel starts laying out a curriculum, you all can see Luck is starting to sort of pack things up the campsite. Luna, yes, Luna already on the road walking. Yeah, basically, as soon as people were feeling and looking rested, Luna got things moving.
Oh,
And well, maybe we can do it while we're walking. We've got a couple days, right?
we've got a lot of time. Come on. Let's they'll leave us behind. Luna will leave us behind. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're gonna go faster than them anyway because we're the ones with the rooms,
Right.
so that we can catch up. So they can't go as fast without us.
So what's the rest of the party doing as you all head down the road?
Just running down the hill to catch up.
What? It's a good question. So anyone want to hear about different minerals?
No.
Yes.
Oh, wait, oh,
First things first. How far is it from basically?
From
Actually.
I mean, you've never been this far north, but Luck, you would know. You had basically walked 2 days before you met Iska, where you all got off the road and went to the Vault of the Pious Paladin. So, Axel, I mean, y'all can sort of discuss this, knowing that you traveled about a half a day south before then. Again, from where you are now, it's about a day and a half ish to Grom's Tower.
Yeah. I mean, and he also has the fragment of the map that Grom
Yeah,
gave him,
you
which
sure
really
did.
helped work it. So what was it? Would you say it was a day and a half?
About a day and a half.
One moment. Sending.
Okay.
Grom. Me and my friends are maybe about a day on our way. I kind of want to see you again, so we're going to be stopping by.
Being familiar with sending, you do get a message back. Oh, my boy. I thought you were on the other side of the continent. And he can help pause for a moment. Vice isn't barely open. How are you here? I'll see you. And runs out of words.
Oh, Dad, you're breaking up. I can't.
Well, I could call you, but I don't have any credit.
Yeah.
Gonna call collect.
Oh.
Rude.
I've only got so many
Wouldn't that be
spell
great
slots.
sending that you could do collect and burn the other person's spell slot?
Oh, I
If
would
you
love
choose to
that.
accept this sending,
That is the
please
best,
deposit 1/3 level spell slot.
That is the best warlock invocation I've ever
That
heard
is
of.
like the best warlock invocation ever.
I like that. Well, now he knows to expect us. We have a story for him because he's expecting us from to be on the other side of the vice, but I think he might be familiar with, can't remember the broad's name. I think he might be familiar with this. I only have 2 uses of the Dragon Stride rune left, but if we use it, we might be able to get, through the right spot on the road and then off the road easily within a day.
There's your runes, Axel. Welcome.
How can we get more?
Well, I mean, I have they require like gems that are worth 25 gold pieces, roughly. Is that certain value, at least?
Well, I've
but
got one in my.
I don't really want to. I've got a lot of gems that are worth more.
Yeah, speaking
never
of that,
using them.
do me a Constitution saving throw, Vidar.
Yeah, look,
Oh, God.
Oh.
I've been waiting for the tummy ache to hit.
You had a really rough morning. A really rough morning. As
Yep.
that gem did finally find its way that you ate out of you.
The majority of the down of his rest was dealing with that.
Yeah. Yeah, because you had 4 hours of trance and 4 hours of not having a good morning.
Pain.
You did take 4 points of slashing damage, we'll say.
Of internal damage.
Yes. But yeah, Vardar has another gem you could use.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't.
No, you
Think-
don't.
at that point, Vidal's learned his lesson, and as we get on the trail, he goes, "I've learned." So we don't eat gems or coins anymore. Just so you know. That
Wait, you figure that out now.
well,
No.
before. Look, it's not even worth the excuse. No, yes, I am. Doesn't function the way Ishrin does.
I thought you'd already gotten used to that. That's right.
No. There's no toilet out here. I thought it was always had to be in a toilet, and I always thought privies were
Magical
Yes.
portal to the realms.
yes. Not anymore. We'll leave that at that. And
Yeah,
he's gonna get up and get going.
Vidar had his first experience pooping in the woods. And there was a gemstone involved.
Well, Dragon's Stride.
Riley's like, "It's okay, Mr. Vidar. I've been finding out stuff the hard way too. Not quite that hard though."
Trust me,
I like-
it gets better.
So the Dragon Stride rune does kick in, and you guys are whisked along the road at fairly quick speed. As the day rolls by, and night begins to fall, you are find yourself again, since we started at weird, late start again. You find yourself coming up. You're not quite from the map. You've sort of figured out where you are, but with Luna's help, Axel, you're still probably a half day away, even with the Dragon Stride Rune. Or again, you could go through the night, but you'll probably arrive at about 3 a.m. type idea of whether or not you want to rest, or if you guys want to arrive, sort of plan it out so you arrive tomorrow morning. As you've experienced along these roads, there are sort of places where caravans do often pull out, near streams, and there's a nice camping spot if y'all would like to set up camp just quickly for the evening, or y'all can keep on going and arrive in the morning. Arrive, pre-dawn hours.
Stop when we get to the tower.
Dragon Stride Room messes up all of the.
Knock on the door when you get there.
Yeah.
You just can wait outside and go inside in the morning.
Yes, Mom.
Cat. I mean, I'm.
Oh, I guess
the moon is still just. It's fairly. You're only a couple right now, about 4 days out from the full moon, so there's still a pretty good light. The roads are safe, somewhat. What would y'all like to do?
I mean, I think we, get aligned with proper time. I think.
Agreed. I think I'll if we keep on going into the night while we're traveling, I'll just study a bit more of the astrosphere and get Axel in on it. Just give him some lessons in it.
As you all, roll me a. If Axel's helping, you can roll me an astrosphere check with advantage.
Let's see if I can finally understand his cosmic forces.
Ooh, natural 20. You're getting the hang of this. You are, between the two of you all, are sort of unlocking bits and pieces of it. There's still a whole lot of information here of things that you would need to unlock, but certainly a success on the road to being able to read the stars and the spheres to figure out sort of some of the cosmic time frames that you're trying to figure out.
He set us up a little bit of a goal throughout this travel to get that cosmic time and not the time of the sphere on lock. Pretty much figure out just how much we have.
Yeah, no, you all, by using it, you pretty much discover you lost all but exactly a month in your transit across the continent when you used the feather to get here. You're able to pretty much lock it down that calculator. On that 20, I'll give you exact things.
Live, everybody.
You lost 26 days that you cannot account for from when you left at the solstice to when you arrived there. And other than Celia's encounter with Mithrani saying that she was up to something, you all don't know what occurred during that 26 days.
We've probably lost about 26 days, my friends. We should probably get in contact with the rest of the outside world. They might... I wonder what's changed. Who can we contact us that?
I mean, we're heading towards someone who hasn't lost 26 days.
I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, I'm had you keeps more contact with the outside world than I ever knew. But I don't know for sure. I mean, we live in the tower in the forest.
One way to find out.
I can always, send him to Astra or such. On
Yeah, I wonder if he's made it with a contingent.
been a month, and of course, he might not arrive with the Vice, depending on where he is.
Well, they were going around south. They were taking the southern
Yeah,
route.
Imagine it.
Yeah,
I mean,
round.
if it's like the magic as it goes, it might sort of get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wait.
No. Yes.
If it
Across.
goes-
I'm sorry. Yes, you were sending across the Vice is suspect to being not intercepted, being disrupted, and not making it because you're going from one side of the continent to the other. But you can certainly try. As it is 4:00. Before we do that, as we'll say, the party sort of makes camp and we can figure out what all we're doing. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to turn you all over to NNG9 as she talks a little bit about our charities, everyone's favorite part of the show, pun of the week, and also some game and book reviews. We'll be right back to the story in just a moment, everyone. Now I give you NNG9.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, Jay. If this is your first time here, welcome. If you've been here before, welcome back. This channel is run 100% for charity. The charity we've been, our current charity was the one for this month and the month previous is the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research. A lot of good information on the website about resources that you can get in touch with your loved ones or yourself. Whatever you may need. If you would like to go to the website and find out more about them, please click on the purple lettering in the description below. That'll take you right there, so you can find out everything. There's a short description of some things to do underneath that as well. If you would like to donate through our channel, please click on the banner above that. It'll take you to the Twitch page. You can enter whatever amount you'd like, and depending on the amount, you can do different things related to our game. For any amount, you can add to our spell bank, and at every $100 increment, we get a higher level spell. So if we hit 100, level 1, 300, level 3, so on and so forth, all the way up to level 9 if we can make it there. For $1, you can give a player a D10 healing dice. It can be used as a free action. For $2, give a player an advantage, used on any roll with the exception of death saving throws. Bardic Inspiration, add to any roll. Again, death saving throws is always kind of the exception with all these. A luck dice, which is a mulligan for whatever you would like, whether it be a damage roll or a con save or an attack. Yeah, lots of everything, or even healing. For $10, you can give a member a random potion from the party punch bowl. We get to roll dice and see what it is. And then for $25, you can donate an action surge to a player. And believe me, all of these things do get used in our game. But please don't feel pressure to donate if that's not what you'd like to do or not able to do. You can do things like share a game on social media like Twitter and Facebook. Otherwise, thank you for joining us and we hope you enjoy the show. Let's see, good guys here, so we don't have the game recommendation. My Kindle's not by me, so I don't have a physical book cover to show you. But, sure. What?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. But sure, we'll go with a book I recently recommended to my semi-off-screen fiance behind me called Magic Bites. It's a story about basically it's set in modern day quotation marks, post-apocalyptic. Magic comes in waves. When magic is high, technology doesn't work, and vice versa. When magic doesn't work, technology does. Follows the story of a mercenary named Kate Daniels. I can talk today, really I can. And basically all the different supernatural stuff that she has got to deal with. Whether that be vampires, which different than normal, I will say in this story. They are not charismatic at all. The shapeshifters, lots of interesting things. And if you're really into like folklore and stuff, you'll see sprinkles of here and there. Yeah, it's a very long running series, though you can also pop in on random books if you would like, though it's better if you get the through line. But yeah, the first book is called Magic Bites. It's a great series. I own all of it personally. And my fiance's halfway through it, and he also liked it.
Yep.
So there you go. Magic Bites if you're looking for another book recommendation. Everybody's taking a long break. Jeanette, do you have anything you'd like to recommend? Oh, there's Daniel.
My husband is watching something on TV.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so a game I was recently introduced to. People probably already know about it, but I had never heard of it. One of my friends was streaming it the other day. It is called We Happy Few. It is post-apocalyptic, kind of like gives like little Fallout vibes. It's really fun. Highly recommend. Have you taken your joy today?
Nice. There we go. We have We Happy Few. We have Magic Bites by Lone Andrews. I realized I didn't say the author name. Yeah. Well, we only have half the people here, but
We filled up the time a bit.
We filled up a bit, but now we'll go on to everybody's favorite segment,
No.
Pun of the Week. Yay! For Pun of the Week, thank you for the subscription, Wandering Silence. What do stylish sci-fi frogs wear?
What?
Jumpsuits!
No. Cease. Also desist.
You know.
Yes, it is totally funny, New Titans.
No. Beth, no.
Part of me has so much sympathy for your fiance because we get you for 4 hours a week, but he has to deal with that every day.
Absolutely. Yep, he has to. He hears the ones I don't think are good enough to say on air.
Yeah, I do. You're all welcome.
I'm glad it made you so happy, Wandering Silence.
No.
Yes, and that pun is capable of leapfrogging over things, Kai Hawkeye.
No.
Hey, these are from the chat. Don't blame me.
Okay, chat, I blame you.
Yeah, blame the chat.
I'm giving credit to the chat. Thank you very much.
I blame them for that.
You're so mean. They are our lovely audience members. They are contributing to increased joy in the world. I will not hear you slander them.
On that note.
Stop with the puns.
But why?
They can stop encouraging you. I have to deal with you the rest of the week.
You live with me. You know I don't need encouragement. I am self-fueled.
Yeah, I know.
On the topic of chat, if anyone in the chat has not yet joined, we do have a Vice Discord that I'll pop the link in the chat. You can hop down there, join us for conversations, community, announcements of people in streams, these streams, other streams, way to sec dudes also get announced there and discussed there. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. Please hop in and join us.
Thank you very much. Hop down there. It's funny because it's frogs. I mean, seems like we have more time. So we could do another one.
Nope.
What does a frog do when his car breaks down?
What?
He calls a tow truck.
No.
Yes, you should get French flies and a Diet Coke, Wandering Silence. Hey, you all can blame Jay for this. Story can't continue with him.
Look what you've done. Jay's not coming back now. He's walked out the front door and he's not coming back.
I'm pretty sure he's coming back. It's his stream.
You caused this.
Good.
Not forever.
Behold my puntress power!
Oh my
Behold
goodness.
my power! Behold it! Yes! You have to. Yes.
That seems rude.
Kyle, behold my power.
Life.
Thank God he's back.
It's like I just wanted to get some coffee, and it's like I've got multiple puns happening. I'm having to remote. I'm gonna get pun the week by remote.
Hey, you're the one who needed more coffee.
I
Stay energized by the miracle of life, and you don't have this problem.
Or I'll have some coffee.
Oh, listen, weaponize puns like that.
I'm spreading joy. How dare you? Pure joy.
Yeah, that's what all evil tyrants say.
So
I am not a tyrant.
she's a puntress.
Exactly.
That's worse.
I don't wanna lead.
A pumperer? No, a punterer.
Tyrant.
Emperor
punter.
and puns.
A punter.
I don't know. Anyway, save us all from this. Send a sending, for God's sake.
Jump on the
I was gonna say, luck is just. I mean, poor good guy Pie is just like
He's just running away. Never
he's gone.
coming
He's
back.
never coming back. It's like he was halfway gone before I had like I had to zoom up, zoom way over into the very far corner. It's like he's just gone now.
Oh,
Ugh.
oh,
Leave
my
you
cheeks
all
hurt
alone.
from
Anyway.
laughing.
So, Axel, you're
Good.
casting a sending.
Yes, sending to. I kind of probably might put like a message from Iska in there as well, if she gives him something to say.
I'm sure sends her best and asks about her father. Make sure her father got
Yeah, no, I was gonna do it.
Beat red.
Hey, Astra. This is Axel and the rest of us. We're all good. We got a bit busy. Where are you, and have you encountered how's Iska's father, and of course Iska sends her love.
Iska smacks you.
And
you say.
he probably just hears him laughing at the last part of
Yeah.
the sending. No.
You hear back from Astra. Wow. Yeah. We haven't heard from you in a long time. Glad to hear you're safe. Iska's dad is all right. He's here with us. On the river, heading to High Mount. That was one too many, but
So- Oh, okay. So seems like everything's all right. They're on the road to High Mount. Yeah, your father's doing okay. So he said.
And you all can sort of settle in. Luck makes a nice dinner with the last of things that Faith had packed. They will be sorely missed, as she did quite a good job of having a good 3 days, almost like it's home cooked meals. As you all are starting to drift off, Luna, you get a voice in your head. Luna, this is Stroth.
Hello.
Here with Dustin and Sithander. We've finished in Darixis. Hope this gets through. Haven't heard anything back from you in a month.
We are well. We traveled oddly, heading to Dulcimer Riverlands. Tell Dustin I said hi.
Okay. So, yeah, you don't get anything back from Stroth, as Axel had mentioned. Getting a message across across the Vice, whether it was because y'all couldn't be gotten to or because it just didn't go through. There's not much feedback for things.
Yep,
Oh, I meant
that's
to
fair.
make you do an Arcana check, before, but we'll say it got through. Actually, with them down at the river, no, they're fine. It's close enough that we'll say if they're already on the river, I was working that out while I was making my coffee. So you're not having to transmit directly across the Vice. So, but
Just a bit of distortion and static in the messages.
yeah, exactly. It's like old cell phones. Anything else that anyone wants to do before heading to Grom's place first thing in the morning? Axel, anything you want to check on?
How far away is the site? How far away is the caravan that was destroyed?
From
where it-
here,
Is it like reasonable a wander distance?
not from
or-
here. It's actually would be it would have been south, a little bit south of Grom's tower. So you have actually gone by there in your travels. It's just you didn't have access to the things you have access now. So,
Yeah.
and you didn't know exactly where it was. You just know south of the tower.
He's just gonna. Yeah, he's gonna. There's lots of things he can check in on, but he's gonna be helping Riley and in the little bit of time when and studying runes while he's helping Riley figure out his capabilities.
Riley went to Mr. Luck. How can I help? I can get firewood. I see you hauling stuff in.
Yeah,
Or something else. I can chop. I think I can try.
Can you chop?
Sure.
Right. Sort of placing down, sort of probably a bit of a large log that's probably fallen off a dead tree or something. Dunk.
Okay. I was thinking chopping food, but chopping wood works as well. So I was like, dex check. And then I was like, okay, no, this is strength check. So yeah, if you could make me a strength check for Riley, Axel. On a 21, swinging the hand axe, he is going through it pretty fast. You do see that he starts to it seems to be a little bit harder for him as he keeps going through. Do me a perception check.
Who?
Axel, because I assume you're there with him.
Oh yeah.
Supervising,
Sort of-
being supervision dad.
Yeah, he's sort of just keeping. I mean, he trusts Luck, so
Yeah.
doesn't really need to. But he's keeping an eye, because why not? You watch.
And Luck, make me one as well. Actually, your passive will take care of it. Never mind.
Okay.
You kind of notice because you're just kind of an eye on your son. Luck, you first notice he hands you a fairly large log that you had gone and collected yourself. Good, nice, dry dead wood that would be great for the fire. As he hands it to you, it's green. The wood is green and alive again, like it had just been chopped down a fresh tree.
This is now.
Did I do it wrong? I'm sorry. Do I chop it a different way?
Chopping was fine.
The chop, it's chopped. It's just not good for kindling or fuel, or it's probably still got some moisture in there now. How did you do that?
I was just kind of chopping it.
And now it's like this.
Oh, can I see it for a second?
Hands it back.
He walks over to you, Axel. Dad, don't freak out. And he holds it up and goes, sort of gives a whistle. Hey, Mr. S. And whoosh, you see Sithrax strike out from your armor.
Mr. S.
And the green wood goes back to being dead. We've been kind of talking.
Yeah, no, I heard.
Oh, is that okay? I mean, I didn't mean to be like a secret, but
No, that's okay. Was just surprised that I was just surprised. I'm not freaked out. Maybe next time, can you ask me before removing my armor's
right, yeah.
Sithrax, can you not just abandon me like that? Come on, man.
Sithrax sort of is just like, it's not like I went very far.
I'm glad you guys are getting on though.
It's good boy.
I'm watching you.
It's good boy.
I mean, that works. It works. Perhaps you might want to take it. I don't know if it's going to,
I'll just go make a fire. Yeah,
I'll grab it. Because if he's going to leave, if he leaves Riley holding onto it, it's just going to go green again, quite possibly.
Right.
So he'll take it from Riley.
You deal with. You know what? I thought I saw a really lovely tree over there, which isn't this magic that you're doing right now, which I am not in the mood to talk about this. This is confusing.
Sorry, Mr. Luck. Should we not wield the forces of life and death for firewood?
Kinda. Yeah.
Okay.
Little overkill with your uses of your powers there. A bit of, one could say abusing it. Kinda.
Okay. I'll be more careful.
Yeah, I'll be over here.
Axel just smells a thank you to Luck because it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. You're the dad here, Al.
He made like a tree and leaf.
Leaf.
He's like mouthing back at Axel. I've never raised a magic son. And just like walks off.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a neat trick. And well, he did say, abusing the force of life and death. Well, one person might, I can't lift as much as you or Luck, so I might say that that's abusing your strength, and your limits are your own. I would guess that you do think about what you do.
Okay. Well, and I'll try to understand that some people like Mr. Luck, aren't as comfortable around magic as others are.
Certainly, and he sort of just taps the breastplate, sort of, pads it. A lot of people are not comfortable around death.
He's not
So-
a bad guy.
So Thrax, no, but it's just people aren't comfortable around it. Even I'm still getting used to it.
He likes you.
I would hope so, right?
You just hear a slither, sort of rasping of the scale mail against each other.
Luck has sometimes got a good idea. So how
Riley
did you
kind of whispers into your ear. He goes, "Mr. S isn't good at expressing his emotions. I found that."
Yeah, that's what I'm not going to ever ask him to. That's
He's
only
probably not a
pressure.
good person to get angry.
Yeah, I've seen that. Just looking at her face. It's just a casual discussion with the embodiments of life rune and death rune. It's fine. So you didn't intend to sort of green the...
No, not really. I just kind of was chopping wood, and I was like, "Oh, this was a tree, and it was once alive, and then it was alive again."
That's great. See if you can practice that. See if you can, maybe be a bit more intentional
Oh,
about it.
okay.
There's the other half of the stump. If you want to maybe practice on that, see if you can get it to grow more, or you can,
Okay.
little bits. Try and figure out where it starts, and then see what you can do from there. And I mean, I it's a very different sort of magic. I learn mine. It's numbers and methods, but yours is will and plays a role, but it's very different to what I can do. So I can only help with what I know. We can always.
I only understood a third of that, but okay. And he kind of goes off over towards the rest of the log that he was chopping.
Zethrax, thank goodness you're helping me with this as much as you are.
He just sort of-
It
yeah, it's just
doesn't. Yeah, no. He is drowning.
night falls. And anyone keeping watch, or y'all just gonna sleep?
Okay, watch.
I was gonna say we can do our normal LV thing if we want to. Vidar, you do a perception check first, and then Celia the second. We do our
The 1-2.
the old 1-2 of our elves.
I'll also ask Luna, after we have dinner, and I'm going to bring out my coat and be like, I need to ask you something, Luna. Would you be able to do a little patch job on my coat? Ever since Bartea it's been messed up. I really like it.
And yes.
Will you? Probably not, I guess.
What will you give me in exchange?
Do you want to train with Lyle from now on?
No.
Oh. Would you... I could give you a cloak.
No. What you will give me is your promise that you will not go off while the rest of our party is sleeping to do what you might perceive to be harmless, but may or may not be. Consult with us first.
Of course. I mean, I knew it was already dangerous to begin with, but I
That is
agree to
not
that.
helping your case.
Never is. Of course. I promise. Thank you, Luna. I really appreciate it.
If you do it again, I will break you and then patch you like this cloak. Have a good time. Walks away.
Fear for the rest of the night.
that means you'll stay awake.
Yes.
Yes. Vidar has been liking these things called dreams recently.
Yeah. Celia, go ahead and do me a perception check as Vidar wakes up and tells you you can hands off. So night goes by peacefully.
Celia has a lot on her mind.
It's a beautiful night, and morning comes around, and a couple things. Axel, as you wake up, Riley is there, kind of wringing his hands next to your hammock.
Everything all right?
Well, I was practicing.
I look around for a new tree.
Like a redwood over where the stump was. Well, and I messed up the axe, and you see that the axe handle has now sort of grown, like the axe is kind of like rooted next to it.
It's impressive.
I was gonna get Mr. S, but I figured if that fell over, it would be bad or worse.
We can leave the big tree. That's pretty impressive. You know how did you figure out maybe how you did that? Do you know when there's too much? Can it help?
I just kind of told it to grow. And then it didn't at first. And then I got a little bit frustrated. And I was like, grow! And then it listened
Grow.
that time. And then I tried to tell it to stop and it wouldn't stop.
There's a lot of things that you can, once you start rolling a boulder down a hill, it's going to be hard to stop.
That's okay. Yeah, okay. I'll make sure I think about stopping the boulder before I get it started. How to stop it before I get started.
Yeah, that is a great idea.
Okay.
And maybe you can start with the smaller boulder. And then you can
Yeah.
learn how to stop a smaller one, and then you can make that metaphors.
Okay.
And now,
I also found out something else.
what?
Well, your hammock was made out of something that was alive once, and he runs off. As you see that your hammock has sprouted like grass and leaves.
Can he take it down?
Yeah, you can.
Is it?
Ooh.
Or is
No,
it like
it's probably
vines
it's
attached
actually probably like, I mean, you could chop it down.
to- He's run off again. Next time, make sure somebody else is there when you start practicing.
Okay. He goes running over to Luck. Do you need help, Luck? Mr. Luck?
Have you ever tried watching? Have you tried looking out? Just looking for dangerous things that could be about. It doesn't require touching anything. It just requires your eyes. It's reliable. It can be very difficult to do. Ask Celia if you really want to know how to look at things and know if they're dangerous or not.
Okay. Hey, Miss Celia.
Totally not throwing the responsibility onto someone else.
Why would you do this? Yes, honey.
Luck said I should come keep watch. I messed up
Okay.
his axe last night.
How did you do that?
She points over to the tree that has an axe blade sort of embedded halfway up it as the handle basically turned into a tree and resprouted.
Overall, that's a little impressive.
Hey, Mr. Vidar.
Good morning.
Hey, can I hang out with you? You mess up a lot.
Here.
But no, Luna's going to take Riley by the shoulder
Aw.
and steer him away.
Some other time then. Hi, Miss Luna. And he's like, he's got the big wide-eyed.
Hello, Riley.
Hi.
How are you?
Ooh, he in trouble.
I didn't mean to. Axel said I should practice.
Yes, I understand.
I'm worried about your staff.
My what?
Your staff. Just I don't want to mess things up.
Is her staff sprouted or something?
No, it's not sprouted, but he just
Okay. That's fine, Riley. I just won't have you touch it until you're better under. Actually, you probably won't touch it at all.
okay.
I'm like to keep my weapons to myself.
Okay.
Then she will make a point of doing the awkward pat on his hair again.
Yeah, which now is sort of this blonde petals and surfer boyish.
I am not mad, Riley. I just simply don't want you to go the way of Vidar. Vidar is still living. You're more mature than he is, and I'd like to keep you.
Okay. Okay.
I will be happy to watch over you while you practice if you like.
Okay. Hey,
Yes.
can you make some more water bacon?
Does so.
Thank you. Can I try something?
Sure.
He walks over. It involves Vidar. Is that okay?
That is fine.
Hey, Mr. Vidar.
Hello.
I've seen you do your sneaky trick with wine,
Oh.
like water, and make it taste like wine.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make this water taste like bacon?
Okay. Curiosity bacon, like truly a youngster of brilliant taste you are, Riley. He then turns his head to Luna for approval.
Luna will nod.
Well then. He'll gather his hands up around Riley's where the water is and just click all of his fingers in that sort of motion. And it's done. Smell it.
He eats it.
Yes. Anytime, just ask.
Okay.
So
And y'all's morning breakfast and
Behold the baconing.
Axel's going to try and at least get the blade out of the tree, and of course probably clean up and trim his hammock so he can.
Yep.
Then I'm going to go over to Luck and say, I didn't have any idea what I was doing before. No, unless, do you have any tips?
If they make a mistake, take responsibility for it. It's your job to see over that. If all goes wrong, rely on your white. Oh,
I am not at that point yet.
if all goes wrong, rely on Luna.
Yeah, that probably also.
Yeah, that's one suggestion.
Fair.
Even when things seem at its worst, and keep at it. Just don't let that sort of points to. He doesn't know yet. He doesn't know if you have the same anatomy of a human, but he's assuming so. Pointing at your heart. Keep that going. Keep it precious to you, because that's what keeps that bond, that love that you got right in there.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Thumping on your chest, probably a little too hard.
Is it, what is this? 23 strength?
Yeah.
23 strength guess is what? Token confusion? I don't know.
So,
I kept just like, I was like, oh, I can handle it. I should ask Luck. Never got around to asking you. Thank you. Now I've got my thing sorted. Now I need actually. Do you need help or?
Should be good on my end.
All right, cool. And he'll go and actually, he's finished what he's doing now. He hang out with us. Not entirely dumping off other people.
Yeah. At this point, you've sort of got the water bacon brigade going on, and
You're just kind of awkwardly standing there, just like, how did I get roped into this?
and then it's time to get going, and pretty quickly, as you head back on the road, you guys make your way about an hour down the road, and all this time, Axel, you explored out from the tower, out to the road, in fact, even sometimes, just to come and see if you ever would bump into a passing caravan or people to talk to, or your curious tabaxi self. And you start recognizing landmarks everywhere, until eventually you see the small path that leads off down to the southwest that will eventually, after a fairly short walk, about an hour and a half down the path, to Grom's Tower.
I didn't actually think I was ever going to come back here this soon. I thought I was going to be gone for a couple of years. Maybe more months than that. More than however long it's been.
I think I lost count, to be honest.
4 months. But yeah, I thought it was going to be long.
Fuck. It doesn't feel like 4 months, does it?
No.
Yes, it does.
Well, it's literally been 4 months, but there's been a lot of ups and downs and things that have happened. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm delaying myself. Let's just go.
So you all
And
head into the woods. Luna, not that you necessarily ventured all the way up to Grom's Tower, but these woods are the same woods that you would often go out and go exploring in. This is further east probably than you most ever really ventured, but the same types of trees, the same sort of feel of the forest. So there's a bit of nostalgia for you, as well, as this is very near, or certainly the same very close geographic region to where the Monk's Tower, where you were trained, was. And after about an hour on the path, Axel, again, now every little bit of this as familiar as the back of your hand. Just around the next corner, you will be able to see Grom's Tower. like to proceed? Oh, you're muted.
No idea what's gonna happen. Just keep going.
As you approach, the rest of you, the first time being here, you see sort of a squat, 3-story tall, old tower. Not crumbling, but it certainly is not seen its best days. There are large vines that grow over the outside of it and that climb up all around it. There's not really a kept clearing or anything that it's in. It really is all but merged with the forest. In fact, there are some trees that are so close to it, they threaten to almost sort of start leaning on the tower for support. The top of it is somewhat crumbled on one side, where old crenellations and a sort of rooftop wall would be. It's part of it is sort of crumbled and fallen off. You do see sort of a staircase that leads up to a large wooden front door with sort of a small landing up there at the top of it. There is a very small garden. It doesn't look like it's been kept in the last 4 months while Axel's been gone. In fact, a lot of it you don't know, but certainly the garden is the most obvious thing. That at one point it was tidy, has weeds growing in it and other sort of flowers and stuff, and has not been harvested in any real way.
I mean, yeah, he's going to rush up the steps now.
Okay.
Yeah, just sort of bangs on the door once or twice.
You bang on the door, and you hear from inside. Oh, hello, my boy. Come in. The door's open.
Shoves the door open, runs inside.
You go charging in, and you see Grom there. He is on his floating disc. You see just the faint outline behind him of an unseen servant, Malfred, who you know, as he calls him affectionately, who helps to push him around when you weren't available. And with open arms, he sort of looks towards you.
Yep. No, he's aware that he's not going to shove him off the phone desk, but he rushes in for a hug.
Yeah. And he just gives you, oh, my boy. I wasn't expecting you so soon, and certainly you'll have to tell me how. The last time you messaged me, it was you were in East, and then weren't you in Falcon's Crest? There's no way that I know of that you could have gotten here. Unless...
we got here either. Druids.
Oh. Yeah, druids. Well, and he sort of looks at you for a moment. And what do the rest of the party do? You see Axel just go running into this house.
Luna will follow behind.
Yeah, he's expecting them to be.
Yeah.
Just sort of knocks on the now open door. Hello.
Come in, come in.
Okay.
All of you are welcome here. Friends of Axel's are, of course, friends of mine.
Then you must be...
Grom.
Grom, yes. Pleasure to meet you.
This is Luck. Goldheart from Elevation Pit.
Luck. Oh, you're a big one.
You're a short one.
Yes. Shorter now, and he sort of motions towards the fact that he has no legs.
Celia.
Well, aren't you a beauty? Hello, welcome. Looks like some Balatheria upbringing in you, yes, dear?
Yeah.
Very nice.
This is Vidar.
Ah, hello.
Hello, Dogromir. Hello. This is a wonderful building.
He looks at you very pointedly when you say that name.
As he looks down and catches it, then looks at the legs, and he
Vidar seems to go through like a mental process of like,
We'll talk about that later. Luna, this is Luna.
Ah. Hello. I've not met a child of the lost before. He's not in touch, so he hasn't heard any different yet.
That's fine. A better term would be Genasi. It is nice to see you, Dogma Scale.
Do you
What?
really have to...
Yes, you all need to come in.
This here is Iskatal.
Ah,
Great.
hello, Iska. A bard, I can tell. And she says hello. She's a little overwhelmed by all the family stuff, we'll just say.
And this here, he sort of reaches out and pulls Riley over. This here is...
At this point, Riley has not quite come in yet. He's sort of
Yeah.
shyly peeking around the edge of the door.
Yeah, and Axel will sort of go over and sort of gently coax him into the room. This is Riley. I guess he's my son. Riley,
He
this is
looks
Grom.
to you,
Raised-
it looks to Riley, and you do have quite a story to tell, don't you? Well, you're the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Well, if you're Axel's son, I guess I'm your... We'll use the
Grandpa.
Dwarven term. I'll be your pawpaw. And Riley just sort of looks up and, oh, actually, I guess looks down. Oh, okay, Pawpaw. And sort of goes in and starts like awkwardly going in for a hug, and Grom just grabs him and he's got big Dwarven arms, sort of pulls him, hi. And he sort of relaxes and gives him back a big hug.
Well, yeah, we have quite a story to tell. Axel sort of walks back, closes the door. Lots of questions, lots of answers. Do you want to start at the start, or you want to start with these two? I wasn't part of that, but apparently,
And he looks around all of you. And let me find the right claim this is the track I wanted. Nope, that's not the track I wanted. Sorry. He looks around as the door closes, and his face gets a little bit, not stoic as much, but just a little serious.
business time.
As it's a delicate line we must walk here. I'm going to have to, looking to Vidar and Luna, ask you to stop. If you've discovered something, you can't tell me what you have learned. Whatever secret that may be, it was deemed that it was no longer mine to keep. The last time I heard that name, I was a member of the Arcana Mystica with an artifact to look into my concerns with the Tal Shiar. Beyond that, I know nothing else of that time. You see, I awoke 90-some years ago, here, in an unfamiliar tower lying on the floor with no legs. A note in my hand, written in my own handwriting, telling me to never return or contact anyone that was a part of my old life. So, if you've had an experience with me that I cannot recall, it must stay that way.
As you wish, Grom.
Agreed. Of course, Grom.
That explains some things. Do you want to maybe hear a story though, about what happened after I left, and we can go from there?
Of course. No, of course. I just... There are... The artifact that I used was taken from me. I know not where it ended up. But I assume that whatever I learned lies with it, somewhere out in the world. Or whoever is the right person to find it, to eventually find and go forward.
Right. I thought I might find a couple of answers. Secrets. Damn secrets. You're just gonna give Grom another hug.
He hugs you back, sort of in a deep understanding way now. The Eternal Keepers, I assume you've met or found some of them at this point.
Yeah, yes.
They are their ways can cut deeply. I waited 5 years in this tower, not contacting the outside world in any way, before the Keepers bothered to send my old friend here. Try to let me know what was going on. At least a little bit. Then I turned to my own research. They aren't bad people. But they think
But you can't
they
tell.
know far more than they do.
Yeah. I know. Kind of. You know me, I always want to know more, and then suddenly there's big sodding walls in the way. I mean,
Well.
some of them are probably good to have, and some of them should. But again, judging that doesn't matter. Moving forwards. So, I'm guessing. Yeah, I ran into a couple of them. They have been helpful. They've given us a couple of things, but of course, prices, secrets. I just want to be open. Can we just tell you our story?
Yes, I would love to hear it. Tell me the world, what all's going on? And perhaps there are some answers I can at least help you with. That one piece, I'm afraid I can't help.
That's alright. I'll ask you, I have questions later, just us. But hey, guys, have a seat. Is the kitchen all the same?
Oh, yes.
Or stout if these guys want them.
Yes, new keg that I just got in, up from the north, from the Dwarven. Some nice Dwarven stout. It's quite good.
In a while. Right, and yeah, you'll sort of
Yeah,
head
some
off.
Stone Anvil special. I guess they were shipping it down for the conclave.
Oh yes, the conclave. Yeah. It's been a while since. They've got like 6 million different types of beers down in like Falcon's Crest, and stouts, and everything.
Yeah,
Some
well,
good stuff.
tell me about them.
Well, there was the drow stuff, the underdark stuff. That was.
You've had some of the drow. Wow, that is heady stuff. It's been all the way back, probably 100 years, maybe 150 since I last had something like that.
See if I can get you some next time I come back.
The moon
But that-
begins to lighten back up.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna go hop into the kitchen and get these, tea, drinks. Guys, I guess make yourself comfortable. Is there anything you need me to grab, clean up? You're sort of falling into what you used to do
Oh, yeah.
before.
Grom, there's chairs in by the fire. Quite comfy. Actually, it's a little nicer than the disc. So if you don't mind, if we move in there, so I can transfer over, that would be.
Of course, and hop in and help out as he always did.
Yeah, and Malfred, is there as well. The unseen servant that he uses, and you can see him get Mage Hand out and use Mage Hand to light some of the lamps around the place, even though more than just to knock the shadows out of the corners. It is a homey place, certainly lived in. Furniture spread apart so that he can get around on his disc, but for the most part, very warm and hospitable. So, tell me, how did you all even meet? As Axel is in the kitchen doing things, where looks around to Luna, Luck. So you are certainly a diverse group.
It's a long. Well, the first part isn't a long story. Every part after it is.
We met in the forest and stayed together. Done.
Wow, we met in a temple thing.
They kind of met me on the side of the road.
Well,
Like a stray.
We kind of dragged him. The honest truth.
Kicking and screaming.
speaking of strays, Grom sort of looks to Luck and goes, he sort of holds up a little sort of dried piece of jerky. May I? Pointing to Grain.
Go ahead.
Ah, yes, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You see this dwarf just completely melt over this little over this dog. So, a temple, is that... What is this temple? And that's how you met. How did you all ever meet in a temple? Was ceremonies? Are you all the same... Have you picked up religion, my boy? He sort of yells into the other room.
I mean, depending on how you look at it, I picked up Luna.
Oh,
I've picked up religion as he holds up his gauntlet.
I don't recall Axel lifting me before.
he kind of looks at Luna and goes, right to the point. No nonsense. I like that.
I mean, I've an ex-god as a friend. If that makes sense.
Do you now?
Simple things.
Yeah, summons Lyle.
Oh. Oh, a warlock.
Grum, yes. Grum, meet Lyle. Lyle, this is Grum. Axel's dad?
Dad.
Close enough.
Dad.
You hear Lyle's voice. Oh, nice to meet you, sir. I haven't seen a sentient weapon in, well, again, over 100 years.
Feel free to have a look.
It's a
if you want.
beautiful, beautiful piece of work. And he does. He takes a look. These runes. Axel, are these like the runes in your book?
Yeah, they are the runes in my book, and eventually comes back in with like tea and drinks and
Tea and stout.
stuff. Yeah, tea and stout.
You do have a story to tell. So, what have you been up to?
Story. We played from episode 1.
So I mean, how do you sort of explain we'll say your first little bit of on the road?
Well, you know how you gave me the map with the symbol of the paladin. There's a little fragment of a map.
I gave you a map, but it didn't have anything in particular on it.
I think maybe it was erased. I can't remember. It was a while ago, 4 months. It's a lot's happened. And he'll pull out the map, and because I think it was an erased area of it.
It was.
Yeah.
He looks at it, he goes, "This is not the map that I left you."
It isn't now.
No. My map was just a map to get to Sojourn's Crossing. But
We got certain.
he looks at it, he goes, "This is a part of one of my old maps. And it even looks like how I might have erased this. Actually, a little sloppier than I would have done. Where did this lead to?"
Well, it led to a little grotto. Well, I met Luna on the way there. Just sort of in the forest. We went to this little grotto. It was like a little old temple to a paladin. There we also met Iska and Luck. They actually came to our aid against something beast that lived in the water there. We got rid of it and we went inside. He sort of gets out one of his journals. Journal 1 flips to the drawings of the facades in the temple.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
we
good
found.
of you to put all that together.
Yeah, I've been writing out everything.
So,
Things. Yeah, we went in there and there was.
what did Jeffrey... It had to have been Jeffrey.
Oh, possibly Jeffrey.
To leave you this map. What was in the temple?
First, to put it in very satiric ways, the first step on our destinies, so to speak.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah. We recovered, went in there, recovered some things.
Anything of
pulls
interest?
The stone.
Ah.
Yeah.
Part of
We
the
had
puzzle.
one of
Yes.
out of the puzzle. They happen to be coded, intended to each of us. I don't know if it was magic or if that was always how it was. I think it was the magic that, we had to, figure out which one was to each of us to progress. We went inside, we found some. What did we find? Just found some loot, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, there was weird magical light.
Well, it depends if you're going to tell him about the other. Are you? It's where you found the mirror.
Was it? I thought I was given the mirror.
Because wasn't it the mirror of peeping
It
originally?
was originally the mirror of peeping.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, see, I was of the impression that Jeffrey had given it to him.
No, Jeffrey gave you the map.
Oh.
Yeah,
that
Jeffrey
my-
was who you talked to in episode 1, was who was sitting in the other chair.
X just sort of looks really, really chastised. Like, oh, it's been 4 months. How could I have forgotten that? I got things messed up. But yeah, the map led us there. There I found. He sort of pulls it out and puts it on the table. This is
Grom's eyes get very, very wide. Now that explains what Jeffrey was up to.
Yeah. Somehow I thought I got this first. Somehow.
Huh. Well, I do recall how that works. So I assume that is...
Well, I didn't fully unlock it until a bit later.
Right.
In another
But-
temple.
So Jeffrey put it there, close, but not easily found, and sent you to go get it. What else have they been doing to you, boy?
Well, after we recovered that, we traveled to Sojourn's Crossing. Correction, we traveled to Tiamat's Tears.
Ah, lovely place.
Yes, within there was, well, he was disguised.
Let me
someone
guess,
gave me-
little,
One-eyed.
oh yes, that's one of their favorite ones.
Yeah, directed me inside to inside the falls. In fact, that was a fun swim into temple. I got this in there.
Okay. Well, and you can go on sort of telling your tales.
I'm trying to remember
Yeah,
this.
for brevity's sake, go watch the first 103 episodes, 102 episodes to catch up on all of their tales. But the big piece is that he's putting together, Grom is putting together as well,
I've been
about
directing.
how what happened to the mirror, and well, so the Eternal Keepers have their fingers in everything that's going on. What other big news from out in the world? Netherwings, I assume, are still a problem.
Working on that one.
Are you?
We're trying. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's
I actually deliberately said that just to get that that response.
Yeah, it's not an overnight thing.
We're looking at long-term solution, but there's cosmic forces at play.
that was interesting.
Yeah, and then they came back really angry.
And then
Slice
it
the
came
scales off one. But we do know who's we have an idea of a group that's assisting them. More secrets.
Ah,
There's the conclave that we are heading to. Iska has an invite to perform there.
oh, very good for you, girl.
Thank you.
This thing is all tied together, and I don't know what secrets, what you don't want to know, and what
Well,
we'll give you.
like I
general
said,
view.
the biggest thing is, I was a member of the Arcana Mystica for, 175 years before I lost some time. I think that's what it was. But they were a great, probably the most esteemed and renowned group of magic users the world has ever seen. I was on the Seers Council there, on the School of Divination. And as I said, my last months that I recall were filled with questions about the Tal Shiar, the sort of inner circle, and the growing influence they have. But, you see, I don't know whether I found that they were doing right or doing wrong. They were trying to save the world or something more nefarious. So, as far as actual events that happened, I don't know and can't know. But as far as what they're up to now, that of course is free game. The only secret that was taken from me was that span of about a year, right after the Netherwings arrived.
Well then, I suppose we're attempting to repair the vice. Of course, we're doing that with the aid of the tieflings. And the opinion of the Arcana Mystica and the general populace of the tieflings is, of course, in the way. Even I can't put everything in like nice boxes now. Sorry.
Well, it's a big world with lots of moving parts. Maybe we set that aside. How are you, Axel, my boy?
I've got, he pulls off the glove, got a couple of scars.
Oh, no.
Vice surge.
Well,
This is consequences of these runes I've been studying. No, not a bad consequence, it's just a little bit of a mark.
so you've been able to decipher them.
Working on it still. That's how Riley came to be.
The runes.
The runes. Dragon runes. Dragon glyphs.
After I found myself here alone, I began reaching out, using my divination, and some of the texts that came my way. I heard whispers about the glyphs, the dragon glyphs, and that there was an artifact that held them all. I was trying to find out more. I was hoping to unlock them myself, but perhaps, well, I should have known. They were destined for you.
And it only cost, well, I guess my tribe. You know what happened there?
I'm so sorry. To this day, I wish there would have been something I could have done. They were bringing the book here, you know. I had gotten the name of the Wandering Pride from the Eternal Keepers when I asked who could possibly retrieve this relic that had haunted my divinations. Your Book of Runes. You know, the reason I was referred to them, the Wandering Pride's reputation was unmatched here on this continent, but they really are just a small part of a much larger clan. from the southern continent of Rymera. They were known as the Bronze Mirage.
The Bronze Mirage. So, you know, still out there.
As
It
far
might
as
be.
I know, it was actually the Bronze Mirage who recovered the relic and handed it off to the Wandering Pride to deliver here. Or tried to.
Tried to. Do you... I'm going to guess you don't know why I'm disguised to everyone else. He sort of fingers the feather. There was a tavern drake in Surgeon's Crossing who gifted me this. Apparently, you know, I'm marked for death. You didn't know anything about that?
I did not. But
Well, marked for death is a strong phrase, but my coat coloration would bring negative attention.
well, you know, I have met very few other tabaxi. But I did always notice that your features seemed a bit more refined than any of the few that I had met. Which makes me wonder if it was so important to disguise you. Perhaps you and your bloodline are actually of Rymeran descent. That your family, your mother, is not from Laragoth at all. But maybe from the south.
It's a long way away.
You know, I have a little bit of research that I did on the Bronze Mirage that I could try to dig out for you.
In time. Okay. I've got. Yeah,
I'm
I
so
would
sorry.
appreciate.
I didn't know you would be in danger.
Well, I mean, you know, the Arcana Mystica treats, you know, how they the active spellcasters are under their command. Or has that changed
Well,
since?
have you grown enough in your
Yes, I've had to. We've.
skills that you've drawn attention? I mean,
Well,
you left
don't
here,
think I've
you
drawn
were...
attention.
What?
I don't think I've drawn attention yet, but I certainly had the capability. I had to get some books from the Eternal Witness. And certainly don't feel safe exposing myself to the Mystica. Not after what we've learned. I didn't even know they existed, though. Not until Surgeon's Crossing. Well, not until Caravan, on the way down to Crossing.
It is a difficult time of my life to talk about now, but I should have told you more of them. There was a part of me that didn't know what to tell you. I mean, there's a part of me that would have been proud to see you maybe enter their ranks. But I can tell by your face that that's maybe not the best thing.
I
right
mean,
now.
maybe once upon a time, but yeah. Perhaps maybe I'll tell you about a story about a man named. I can't even remember the name. God damn it!
Which one?
The big bad.
Bati?
Oh, party?
Buddy!
Yes.
And the deals that he's made. And, you know, he might go into that story about, you know, why they're not fans of the Arcana Mystica.
Yes, something has corrupted them. The Tal Shiar must be at the center of this. I would hope that the entire order is not your enemy at this point, but
Yeah,
I think
we've-
you're right to tread lightly. And on that note, perhaps you should have something. Come with me. All of you can come if you'd like. Will you help me up the stairs, Axel?
Of course. And yeah, he does.
And you go up this big spiral staircase, 1 flight, 2 flight. You've been up this stairs many times before. Till you get right below where the roof hatch is that you've been through. You'll go stand on the roof and look at stars, all the other things. And Grom turns to the outside wall of the tower, raises up his hand, says a few words. The bricks open up, revealing another staircase leading directly out of the tower and up to a higher area. You were,
You did a good job hiding this from me.
well,
It must have been so difficult, I'm sorry.
Dimension Door is of great help. I think you have always thought that I was going out to the garden, and often I did use it to go to the garden so you wouldn't suspect. And you push him up this other flight of stairs, narrow. To the rest of you, architecturally, it makes no sense. This would be a room floating in midair. And as you arrive at the top of this staircase, you do find a circular chamber, about the same size that the tower would be, as though it is almost just displaced to one side, that this perhaps was a 4-story tower at one point. And as you come in, you see desk, a few bookshelves around, quite a few actually, a strange stained glass window on one wall. And the biggest thing that you see is sort of a pile of cushions at the center of a very large, magically inscribed circle. If you'll take me over to my desk, boy.
Of course. Wow. Ah, there's too many books. Yeah, no, this is a good idea to keep me from in here.
Yes, it's all the things that would have gotten you into more trouble than you found on your own.
I found quite a bit of trouble on my own.
You did.
Yeah.
He.
Who's following us, by the way?
Yeah, I assume did the party come along? He invited all of you.
Yeah.
So you all enter this room and see this. And you see this black-bound leather book. The outside of it has almost like, as though it's tiny little scales, almost like a snake skin binding. And he sort of lays his hand lovingly on it and goes, "Well, it's my son. This should be yours." And he hands you his spell book. You've earned it.
something Rahe told me not too long ago. I realized I've never really said it to you. I'm proud to be your son. Sort of puts the book down and just hugs him again.
You're the best son I could have ever hoped to have. Even when you were breaking half the things in the house.
Sorry. So that research.
Well,
Done.
I assume you've followed in my footsteps at least a little of the same path.
A little bit. I've done a bit of. I've done a lot of experimentation.
If you need it, this is a divination circle. It can give clarity to what you see. Look deeper. It's how I found your Book of Glyphs. It's how it called out to me. It was through my meditations here, using the divination circle, the mirror of secrets. It's how I found whatever I found that I no longer have privy to.
All right.
But
Honey.
here is what a little notes I have about the Bronze Mirage. And he hands you, it's basically just his written notes. There's quite a bit in here, but the Bronze Mirage operates all through Rymera. It is renowned. It is allied both with the shining ancient city of the metallic dragonborn, Shimindala, and also with the great bronze dragon as well, who presides over the Grove of Knowledge.
I've heard about him.
Have you?
I'm gonna have to talk to. Can't remember. I can never remember. his
Tian.
characters. Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk to.
I had to look
Tian.
everything up before this episode too, so don't feel bad.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to talk to Tian again. Though he's on the other side of the continent.
So Jin Sarat, the great bronze dragon. The Eternal Keepers think they know all the secrets. They know barely a leaf on a single tree in his entire grove, so the legends say. And as for the Shining City, it is the de facto capital of Rymera, and the metropolis of the Bronze Dragonborn. That's where your mother is from. Perhaps it is why you always were so interested in dragons, even when you were just a kid.
Yeah.
He pulls out another sheaf of paper, and it is a mural of dragons. You've seen this mural before. Astra had painted this mural in the tea shop. It was the dragons that you were looking at and were drawn to while you were there.
Astra. Do you know what this is?
That's a famous piece of art, I understand, on the palace of Shimindala, near the perch, where Shimindala perches. You see, I never told you or let you study about the southern continent, and specifically Shimindala, because I knew you'd be off running there before I could stop you.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yep, no. Sounds alright.
you see, the city itself, The reason why it's ancient is because it's never fallen. That is for one single reason. The city, in its entirety, is in fact the hoard and lair of the eldest dragon known in this world. An ancient bronze named Shimandala. It spreads its wings over the city during the height of the day to keep it cooled, as it is on the edge of the desert and the Azure Sea. I hear it's
Anyone
quite
good?
a sight to behold.
Yeah. Well, I know we're when I've got time. There's one last thing, unless you've got more.
I'm here for you.
There's one last thing. Where did the caravan get destroyed? Where did you find me?
Just south of here. About 2 days' travel. When it didn't come, I saw here what had happened. And so I went to go try to find what I could. It was not an easy journey for me, as I'm sure you know, but I found the greatest treasure of my life.
Yeah. I love you, Crom. I'm gonna need a moment. And he takes the notes and everything and
Yep.
heads
And,
downstairs.
Yeah, I've linked to you about the Shining City in chat. He looks around the rest. Sorry, I'm lots of things to say. Is there anything I can do to help all of you? I did get around a little bit in my youth.
I have a question.
Yes.
You seem to know a lot.
Well,
What do you know about Riftwalkers?
Riftwalkers. Planes. Plane walking. Well, let me see. He goes around. Well, there's a energy, a harmonic that comes along with most every planes, and he sort of almost goes into teacher mode.
Where Axel gets it from.
Yeah. And he goes over and he pulls out a book and goes, there's lots of different theories, but the simplest piece of it is, well, you rip open a hole in this world to step into another. But what most people, and there's much debate about, there's a between space.
The Void?
Most people think it's the Void. The Void is still actually a part of this plane. It exists outside the spheres. This is a nothing space. This is something even more non-existent than the Void, which I know sounds silly. But in that black coldness, there are rumors that there are things that lurk there, and hunger. When I was in the Arcana Mystica, some of the conjuration school would experiment with doing half-finished transits to go into that space. Sometimes they wouldn't return. Other times they would come back babbling of nightmares, things creeping in that space, sniffing, tasting of their living flesh.
Celia nods. She says, yep, 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 I can confirm.
Really? He has the I should be sympathetic, but his scientific piece just totally overwhelms that. You've seen this with Axel before.
Oh yeah.
You've experienced this.
She holds up her hand and shows her Riftwalker ring.
Grom takes a look at it and goes, oh, give me a moment. And he goes around and he pulls out what looks almost like a magnifying glass. And he puts it up to one eye and looks, sort of holds it up for the whole class to see. And he's looking through it and, oh yes, well, so you've all gone across the plains recently, yes? I can see the energy still. Oh my God! As he looks at Celia.
What happened?
Well, here, look, and he holds it up for everyone to see. Put your even you can look, dear. Put you, young man, pointing at Luck. Put your hand here in front of it. And you can see, he sort of holds it up and is showing everyone. You can sort of see this dull, sort of wispy energy coming off of it. Has sort of a purple thing. Go see, that's the Feywild. That's what Feywild sort of resonant and harmonic looks like. Now, Celia, dear, put your hand in front of it.
And she does.
The energy upon your hand completely obscures it. It is a just miasma of different colors, textures, and literally is dripping off of it. He goes, what you saw on the big gentleman is from one jump between the planes.
Makes sense.
What you're seeing here, I know Magnuses from the School of Conjuration, which deals in the planes, who are not exuding as much interplanar energy as you are, dear.
So she's just been skipping around playing. How bad is that?
Well, he puts his hand up to the back of your forehead like he's checking for temperature. How do you feel, dear?
I mean, I have missing memories.
That can happen. Actually, the Feywild is notorious for it. But, yes, dear, you've probably at least hopped planes 50, 75 times.
Shit.
That's
Recently, too, for it to be so concentrated.
And Celia, well, I only remember 3 of those times, not 4 of those times. One of them, the ring gives me the ability to banish creatures to what I always kind of assumed was the void. And I banished myself, and that's where I kind of got licked and somebody almost.
So it actually touched you. It's the in-between space.
Yes.
So it's true. It licked you. Ugh. That must not have been very...
It was not pleasing, not at all.
Well, you're lucky you made it out alive. I've seen others who came back permanently damaged from such an experience. But that doesn't explain all this planar energy. You said rift walkers. Now like I said, I've heard plane shifting, but rift walking.
So I've come into some abilities. And she says, I'm just going to show you something. Don't freak out. And she pops the shuriken out of her necklace.
Yeah.
And she points it away from all of her allies and will use her thing.
So yeah, you throw it halfway midair, it disappears into a little slice of darkness that opens up and then comes out at a right angle whoosh, from a different direction, ding, into the side of the book. Well, that's useful. Balathirin, you said you are.
It's a long story.
He looks at your equipment, which I assume you're wearing, rapier, daggers, black.
Yeah.
So, the
Please
obsidian,
don't say
the
the word.
obsidian.
Please, no.
He says it because the Obsidian Order is now committing assassinations through planes.
I really hope not.
And don't worry, this room is warded for non-detection. How else do you think I kept Axel from finding it? You know what they say about curiosity in cats? It's 100 times more true for Tabaxi.
I think we have learned that.
I assume so. Well, if you've not been working for the Obsidian Order, then who have you been assassinating through the plains? He
Your guess
raises
is
an
as good
eyebrow.
as mine.
And with that, we'll go ahead and finish up because we're actually over time a little bit. Yes, who has Acilia been assassinating?
Has she been assassinating VIPs in different planes? Just wow. Just...
Anyway, hope everyone enjoyed our story. And let's go around real quick and meet our cast one more time. And tell us where you can find you out there on the interwebs. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Really appreciate you all coming and joining us for our story. Let's start off with Dragons or Cats.
Hello everyone, I am Dragons and Cats, and what a nice fun session this was. A nice little slice of life, reconnection with parents, becoming a parent. That was good. It's good things and stuff. I enjoyed it. You can catch me on the interwebs as Dragons are Cats, and I'll throw it all in chat for you. I do a D&D thing on Mondays, 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. So whatever it is for the rest of the world, it's like 5 a.m. now. Regardless, great session.
Next up, we've got Templar Warden, the man, the dad, and the son in today's.
Oh god. That was a great experience. Quite a crazy, overwhelming experience. Inspiration to the DM nearly made me cry. You may find me anywhere on the internet as Templar Warden. You may find me on Twitter at Raynor Templar. You may of course find me in our Discord where we hang out together. And I was playing the Tabaxi Wizard dad and son hidden by Axel. From the one from an entirely different continent. That's a shock.
Next up, we have Good Guy Pie.
Hello, everyone. I'm Good Guy Pie, and this was wonderful. Never going to see my family again. Most likely, probably going to die before that. As we all know, that's how these things work. But wonderful time with watching Axel get to interact with Grom. That was thoroughly entertaining. And Celia is not just a criminal, she's a multiplanar criminal! Come on, give her a round of applause, everyone. Multiplanar criminal. Woo! New record. 75 people at least. Oh, that's a high bounty. And you can find me at Good Guy Pie on Twitch and Too Good To Guy on Twitter. I might stream Baldur's Gate tomorrow if I've got the time.
Nice. Next up, we have NNG9.
Hey, I'm NNG98 on Twitter, where I tweet things sometimes. One of these days it'll be the ketchup of all puns. One of these days. You can also find me on Twitter at NNG9, where at some point, me and the man behind the curtain will play Portal 2.
Nice.
I've never played it before.
And our multiplanar assassin of the hour. I was going to say, you remember what Mim told you way back?
Yeah. Time is a funny thing.
Oh, I was talking about the being able to call in a favor on someone whose reach would only be exceeded by death itself.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, crap, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why she even told you anything, because she thought it'd be nice to be able to have at least a little bit of goodwill with such a person, because Mim does not make lots of people happy. Having, in case something were to if someone were to pay some money, celestial or otherwise.
This is gonna end great, guys. Great.
But I'm sure that no one's got a contract out for Mim and Syrah that you would have to try to fulfill.
Oh God. You can go find me on Twitter. I don't really tweet things, but I retweet when things are happening. You should also go watch my friend Ash. She's actually streaming right now. So
actually, we're gonna go raid. That's where we're gonna head to for our raid. And I am Tall Squall. I am so happy that everyone joined in. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for donations and participating in our game. For my subscribers out there, the folks who brought their subscriptions, 100% of your subscriptions go as well. We got some bits early on from 12-Sided Guy. Thank you so much for that as well. And yeah, I am always just feel honored and privileged that y'all spend some time with us to hear us tell our story. So thanks for stopping in. And another thing, if y'all enjoyed the music today, we are using a new service called Epidemic Sound, which I gotta tell you, I love. It is amazing and easy to find the right thing that you're looking for. The only reason why I was jumping around a little bit is because I saved so many tracks and didn't name them to what I was going to use them for, because I was like, oh, I'll remember. Yeah. So anyway, that would be my only advice on it. There is so much selection. Make sure you rename them of exactly what you want to use them for, because whether or not you want all we got, or processing or passing a friend doesn't tell you a lot when you're trying to find the thing that's supposed to be not depressing Axel talking to dad, but like serious mode. Anyway, thank you all so much again for tuning in. We are getting our raid going right now. We're heading over there. Throw a flex in there if you got one. And until we see you again, gather your friends together and tell a story, because that's what it's all about. Thank you. Good night. Bye-bye. And we are